and I have.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. MMOs are a unique genre of game in the sense that they're one of the most player dependent. While there are countless multiplayer games out there where you can play with friends or strangers, it's often optional, and the game as a whole is designed to be completed from start to finish, solo. And while there's much to do in MMO solo, they seem to be unique in the sense that other players aren't really even an option, but instead a requirement. Even if you're not interacting with them in any way, their existence is still crucial, which may not sound logical at first, but I'll ask you this. If every single other person playing your MMO quit, and you were the only one left, would you continue to play? Putting group-based content aside, such as raiding, dungeons, and PvP, the value of your gameplay is drastically reduced. Why would you get that ultra-rare mount if there's no one to show it off to? Why farm gold if there's nothing to buy in the auction house? Rare achievements to be proud of no longer exist because now either 0% of the players have them or 100% have them. How much damage you deal, how good of a tank or healer you are, everything in MMOs is relative to your fellow player. So if they don't exist, there's little reason to play other than to explore an empty world with nothing but NPCs to talk to. So this relationship between the players has served as a core foundation of the genre since its inception. But despite this, something you hear quite often today is how antisocial they've become, or some would even say toxic. Well, that's the what, but what about the why? Welcome to episode 3 of MMO Theory, a series where we analyze the MMORPG genre and its inhabitants, and today we seek to answer why people are saying MMORPGs are not as social as they once were. So the entire discussion of this video will be based around the following concept. If people are seen as assets, they'll be treated as assets. And if people are seen as obstacles, they'll be treated as obstacles. Commonly, MMOs during their early years operated on the weak tie interdependence model, which is a concept in sociology where other people who you may not even know are critical to your success. Maybe it's a tank you find in looking for group chat who tanks the bosses for you, or maybe it's somebody with the tailor profession who sells you bags for inventory space, or even something as benign as their existence is used as a marker for comparison of performance. If these people, who you don't even know nor even interact with, didn't exist, your success would either be hindered or halted altogether. And this model proved to be quite effective in the early years of the MMO. Because people were dependent on each other, they were more likely to treat each other as the assets they saw each other as, which in turn opened up more opportunities for collaboration and interaction. So really, to understand why MMOs have become more antisocial and toxic, we have to analyze why people now see their fellow players as obstacles instead of assets. There's no one single reason for this, and our answers lie not only with how the players have evolved over the years, but also the environment. Another core pillar of MMOs is change and the unknown. It is a genre of game where the finish line is constantly dangled in front of the player like a carrot, and when they take a step towards the carrot, it is taken a step away. Although today it's a pretty transparent design philosophy, in its birth it was pretty well obfuscated by the unknown and the intimidation that the genre once held. Players didn't have time to question why they were playing, nor did they have any reason to. They simply played because it was enjoyable, and because there's something new to discover around every corner. Familiarity is the villain of the MMO, because unfamiliarity brings challenge and intimidation to create these dependencies. In the late 90s and early 2000s, as technology improved and computers had started to become more affordable and standard to households, people for the first time were able to interact from others from across the globe. Multiplayer games were common, but massively multiplayer games, where people explore this shared, persistent world and build these online communities and take on large-scale group-based content, was brand new, so it was therefore fresh, it was exciting, and it was unknown. Many reminisce fondly to the early days of World of Warcraft, for instance, where somebody is always asking for help on how to find Mankirk's wife, or people are discussing the latest or upcoming patch. Server communities interacted with each other on the Realm forums, and guild chat was always active. However, just as how the game has evolved, so too has everything surrounding it, and that same person who couldn't find Mankirk's wife due to the evolution of database websites now looks it up on Wowhead. People are now chatting on Discord instead of guild chat or the Realm forums, and discussions in the in-game chat about new content updates now take place in stream chats, or they don't take place at all, as there are now comprehensive, easily digestible guides released months before the new patches or expansions hit. Between database websites, data mining, guide culture, early access alpha streamers, these MMOs and expansions are solved before they're even released, because information in MMOs is power, and power leads to advancement, whether that be player power, aesthetics, whatever, is one of the main goals of the players, to draw advancement from an online world. These third-party platforms provide more flexible and convenient ways to deliver information and in turn advancement, and they also connect fellow players without needing to be in the game itself, leading to a much quieter, non-dependent, and antisocial experience for those playing. Because of this, and the passage of time itself, players have become better and more knowledgeable. They've become better at their classes. They know what a dungeon is. They know what a raid is. They're familiar with a lot of the common raid mechanics. And they also know, generally, what the next content update holds. And what's worse is that this wouldn't be as bad if the player base wasn't stagnant. One of the major reasons why MMOs became popular during this golden era was that they were unique. To be able to interact with strangers from across the world and build these communities and tackle these tough challenges was extremely unique and exciting. MMOs were one of the very first pioneers of social media, but as the online environment has evolved and social media websites are more and more common, it's lost this unique appeal. A lot of its gameplay elements have also been adopted to other genres of games, whether that be the loot in an action RPG, talent points in an FPS, or a shared persistent world in a survival crafter. All of these things that used to define the MMO genre have been adopted by all others, so it's lost a lot of uniqueness in not only its social nature, but also its gameplay elements, and with it, it's also lost its intrigue and the unknown it once held. But that's not the full story here. It is a genre of game that offers rewards for commitment and patience to a player base that has increasingly lost commitment and patience. Technology and social media has brought convenience and accessibility that we couldn't even imagine before they were adopted into the mainstream. But with it, it's also introduced struggles, because finding and consuming information no longer requires as much focus. People's ability to focus has reduced by as much as 50% since its adoption into the mainstream. A casualty is that game genres that are long-term oriented, such as the MMO, have suffered, and it's failing to captivate this new generation that's coming into the industry. The genre's player base is getting older, not younger, so due to this diminished uniqueness and people's diminished attention span, it fails to bring in this new, unfamiliar audience, and instead retains an aging player base that only gets more and more familiar as time goes on, even on an individual level. The stagnation doesn't just come from its reduced capability to bring in these new players, it also comes from its inability to lose players. There's a huge sunk cost fallacy with MMOs where you have people who've been playing a single one for years or decades even. For some, it's all about the moment, and experiencing them is the reward itself. But for many others, to jump ship and to play a different MMO, in a way, is equivalent to wasting this immense investment of time and money. These games are almost constructed to be these virtual lives, and people have treated them as such. And they take it very seriously, and they put a lot into it. So not only is the genre failing to bring in unfamiliar players, within itself, these new MMOs are failing to seduce this aging player base from the ones that they are quite intimately familiar with due to how much they have invested into it. Familiarity is the death of dependency. It breaks this weak tie interdependence model that the genre used to be crafted around, and because of this, there's no more push to ask for help, to ask questions, or to interact with each other at all. And this itself has created another problem, perhaps in an attempt to attract this TikTok Zoomer generation into stepping into the genre. One of the reasons why MMOs now feel antisocial is that they're simply designed to be antisocial. It's undeniable. Interacting with other people is seen as inconvenient, and you see it evidenced in most games in the genre. Quests no longer require groups, raiding in dungeons are queuable at any time, mob tags share, features such as automated matchmaking and dungeon finders and raid finders streamline the process of finding a group, but often at the cost of meaningful social interaction. These systems tend to create temporary groups focused on completing content as quickly as possible, with little to no emphasis on communication or forming lasting relationships. It's all about instant gratification and getting dopamine where it's needed before this reduced attention span turns what could have been a lifelong subscriber to a forever uninstall. And so what this demands is a design that is simple, streamlined, and convenient, and reintroducing the requirement of other players to find success is not simple, it's not streamlined, nor is it convenient. So all of this is to say, whether it be the environment around MMOs evolving and sapping away their social ability, whether it be retaining a player base that only becomes more and more familiar with them as time goes on, or whether it be the developers designing them this way, they've become very antisocial. Gone is the unknown, and with it, the dependence. If you're seen as an asset, you'll be treated as such, and if you're seen as an obstacle, you'll be treated as such. This weak tie interdependence system that these MMOs were designed around has aged poorly as it's dependent on dependence. So as this dependence wanes with increased knowledge and skill, so too do the social ties and etiquettes that used to encourage interaction and cooperation. And as a result, what you're left with is what is probably one of the most antisocial, social-based genres to exist. Like the video if you liked it, because I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.
This is a bunch of card sleeves, and today we're going to take as many of them as we can, sleeve a deck with as many as we can, go to a tournament, and get deck checked. After the professor released his video on triple sleeving using Dragon Shield sleeves, I wondered, how many sleeves could you put onto a card? So I started doing some research, and what I found surprised me. Not many people have ever put 4 sleeves onto one card, much less more than 4 sleeves. So I decided that I would be the first person on YouTube to chronicle my journey, putting 5, maybe even 6 card sleeves onto a deck. Before that though, I had to figure out what sleeves I could use. To pull this off, I started in the best place you possibly could, and it's the same place the professor started, and that's with Dragon Shield. So I typed up a quick email to Dragon Shield and I told them my plan. Luckily, they loved it and sent me out everything I would need for the first 3 layers of this journey. And while this video isn't sponsored by Dragon Shield yet, come on Dragon Shield, you know you want to. I just want to say thank you so much to Dragon Shield for sending these out. It made everything so much easier. So with this, I've got Dragon Shield Perfect Fits, I have Dragon Shield Clear Sleeves, and I have Dragon Shield Outer Sleeves, and that's the tricky one right there. So huge shout out to Dragon Shield for these bad boys. So now I know I have those. Unfortunately, this is where things get a little bit dicey. My next thought after triple sleeving was simply to bust out a good old top loader. Pop a card in there, boom, 4 sleeves done. Unfortunately, these normal top loaders don't really fit triple sleeved cards as well, but that's okay because I went to a sports card shop and I bought these thick top loaders. Oh yeah. Look how perfectly that fits. And anyway, for sleeve number 5, I figured I could finish things off with the classic move of the team bag around it all. That way we have 3 sleeves, 1 top loader, and a team bag to round it off. And there you have it, a quintuple sleeved card in all its glory. Wait, what? Hold on. What's that? That's not satisfying? That's cheating? Is what you're saying to me? That's cheating? A top loader isn't a card sleeve? This is a waste of time? Well, yeah, that's what I thought after I asked my YouTube community in a poll if top loaders are card sleeves, and 67% of you said no. Sidebar, huge shout out to the 20% of you that said, why are you asking? Ah, I see you over there. You're smart. You knew I was cooking up something. You had an idea. You're learning. I like that. Anyway, after that poll, I knew that this wouldn't work. So this was just a waste of money, a waste of time, a waste of gas money. In this economy, horrible. I was defeated. How would I go on, I thought. Those thoughts fluttered around my head. And then I grabbed them and I threw those thoughts in the trash and I got to work. So I needed real sleeves? Fine. I'll find those on the internet. You can find anything on the internet. Heck, this'll probably be easier than driving to buy these. So 2 weeks later, I finally found the card sleeves that would actually function and I was hyped. I found some sports card sleeves off of Amazon. Sleeve number 4, done. I found some really obscure board game sleeves that were giant size that would work perfectly. Another sleeve, done. And then I stumbled upon them. These sleeves brought it all together. And with these, we could pull off the dream of a 6-sleeved deck. With all the sleeves in hand, I finally finished my prototype, and it was beautiful. My only concern was the space created by layer 5 and layer 6. But that was easily fixed. All I needed to do was precisely cut both sleeves on my cutting board. Yes, I have this, I'm a teacher, move on. And it was perfection. A 6-sleeved deck was on the horizon. And just in time too, because the next day I had to fly to Chicago for the Chicago Flesh and Blood Battle Hardened Tournament. So to put this all together, all I needed to do was cut the sleeves 5 and 6 into the shape, load everything up, and hop on the plane. I had the deck, a Flesh and Blood TCG Blitz deck of 40 cards that I actually played on the Professor's Flesh and Blood episode of Shuffle Up and Play, a fantastic gameplay show featuring fun, engaging casual multiplayer action, and all I needed was time. So I ran out of time the next morning. I managed to cut all of the sleeves that I would need for sleeve 5 of the deck, but I didn't get layer 6, and it looked weird. But with no time left, I headed to the airport, hopped on my plane, grabbed a window seat because that's what you do in life, and landed in Chicago. I got to my hotel, and I asked my friend Matt if he would help me assemble this monstrosity in time to show the judge tomorrow.
Yes.
That entire thing, can you help me do that
Yeah,
to an
no
entire
problem.
deck?
Can I look at it?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh yeah.
We have to put 6 sleeves on every card in an entire Blitz deck because this is
Oh my-
maximum protection.
What is this, a Trojan ad? I was wondering why this was like protected better than the Declaration of Independence. Is there a map to treasure behind here? So with Matt's help, we began to assemble the deck. Starting, of course, with layer 1, Dragon Shield Perfect Fits. And this is what it looks like, single-sleeved with perfect fits. Moving on from there, we introduced normal old Dragon Shield sleeves. Everything thus far is pretty straightforward. If you've ever seen a double-sleeved 40-card deck, this is nothing that you wouldn't have seen before. Finally, onto the triple sleeves, and I've gotta say, these are some of my favorite feeling sleeves I've ever experienced, and I've been through just about every Dragon Shield make and model of sleeve on the market today. So here's a triple sleeved 40 card Blitz deck, and it's already starting to look a little bit massive. And I feel like this is a great time to mention, yes, we could do this with a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, and we could probably fit one extra sleeve on here. So if you'd like to see me do that and go through this entire process again with a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, leave a comment down below and hit the like button. Now we move on to the weird sleeves. The next sleeve that actually fits over this correctly is called the Invested Alliance 180 point card sleeves. These are really meant for thicker baseball cards and cards that include like pieces of jersey, but they actually fit by measurement incredibly well over the triple sleeve from Dragon Shield. They are thin, however, so as we look at the 4 sleeve or quad sleeved deck, you're not going to notice too much of a difference. You will, however, notice a difference when we add the 5th sleeve. These are called Swan sleeves, and they are produced by Pan-Asia Games, and I lost my mind when I found these. I bought these off of Potomac Distribution, which has a bunch of really random and sometimes really useful things. They are thick sleeves, they feel very heavy and protective, and you can see that as we put the 5th sleeve on. And finally, it was time for me to tell Flake that I'd done messed up. Didn't have time to cut the last set of sleeves, and they stick up a very large amount if you don't do that, but I had an idea. I crossed my fingers, and I hoped that the downstairs front desk had a paper cutter available.
The nice lady at the front desk said I just needed to bring my ID, so now I'm going to get my ID from my room, show it to her, and then use the paper cutter, like, way late at night. We're doing this.
We got it. We got it. We're doing this. We got to cut the rest of these.
If this was a phone call, they would have honestly probably called like security.
They probably would have called security. They would have looked up the room number and been like, these guys need to go. Yes, it's literally perfect right there. So this is what I did. I just lined it up perfectly with that crosshair right there, and boom, just cut it right away.
All right, what if we
You son of, don't stop. What are you doing?
So we've got 11 cards left to sleeve. And Steven, how many sleeves?
We have 12 sleeves left because, well, maybe some of these are salvageable. I don't know.
I don't know, but it looked like Steven, aka Abdullah the Butcher here, has been absolutely slaughtering these sleeves.
This one might be.
That's gonna get deck checked right there. Oh, well, we'll just set it aside. Maybe that one's okay. All right, I can make no more errors. I can make no more errors.
Pressure's on.
And when the pressure was on, I delivered. I didn't mess up another one for the first time in a minute, and we finished this thing.
We gotta flatten it. We gotta flatten it out. Let's clear all of our chaff off here. The things that came and went. This is shuffling a 6-sleeved Blitz deck of 40 cards. That's the feel, the shuffle feel of a Blitz deck sleeved 6 times.
So these are protected against scratches, dents, dings, nuclear winter. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. And you thought that the KFC double down was absurd.
It's It's more a wad of plastic than it is just about anything else. The next moment of truth is, does this fit into the Tolarian Community College deck box? Because he said you can fit a Blitz deck in this thing. So, I mean, this is literally the deck that I played against him in his video. And the answer, yeah. Apparently 6 sleeves can fit in there, and you can fit another deck box with another Blitz deck. Look, I have 2 Blitz decks.
You single-handedly legitimized six-tuple sleeving purely off the fact that they fit in that deck box, which, by the way, should just absolutely rocket ship the sales of those deck boxes now.
Yeah, you should buy all these deck boxes because apparently you can 6-sleeve your deck and still fit it in there.
So after a day of commentating some great games of Flesh and Blood with Flake, it was time to show off the deck and see if we could get it deck checked. Would it pass? We were about to find out.
Hey Peter, I have a Blitz deck to show you. Pretty? Yeah.
I think so. Levy redeemed? Yeah, just the normal one. Yes.
Here's my Blitz deck. There it is.
Your Blitz deck?
Yeah, that's my Blitz deck. What do you think?
Wow.
What do you think about that Blitz
Four
deck?
sleeves?
Oh no. I think you could play this in the pool.
How many sleeves do you have?
That's the question. What do you think?
Is that quad sleeve? Big sleeve,
No.
like Dragon
More than
Shield.
quad?
You got.
One,
I'm thinking 5.
3, 4, 5. There's 6.
There's 6 sleeves on there.
What?
There's 6 sleeves on every card.
Sleeves.
Talk about protection.
These these cards can survive
I want to
re-entry.
watch you just like hold your hand like this, like just bend them
How did you
all.
even
Like
find these? Like, what brands are you using?
the shuffle feel. What about this?
That feels nice.
It feels surprising.
When I can get the cards gripped, they feel really nice.
You're gonna create a whole new
So
judge session
Well,
on
here's the thing.
how to deck check 6 deep sleeves.
That's the thing. I need to find a judge and have them deck check this. We're gonna do this, Flake. We're gonna trick this judge. Come on. We're gonna find him.
Need a judge. Peter, where's the judge? Where's the judge for a deck check? We need a deck check right now.
John, we need a deck check.
Deck check. Can you check the deck? What is all together clean table with no crumbs on it whatsoever?
Can I do it on the cookie crumbs?
All right, fine, whatever. Perfect. Okay. Stop stealing that. Not putting that in the video. All right. I have a Blitz deck here, and I need you.
I'm really scared. This feels like a trap. This feels like entrapment.
Here's my Blitz deck. Can I play this and register this in a Blitz tournament?
How many sleeves are on this?
The answer is yes. Is that legal
I mean,
for tournament play?
you'd need to change some of these sleeves because I can see they're all marked up. They all have like, there's like oil stains on them and scratches.
No.
Look at this one. There's
It's
like,
fine, it's
look
fine,
at that. There's
it's
like
fine. I
sweat
don't know
on
what
it.
card that
It's
is.
like sweat stains. This is a ding. You literally has like you literally pressed your thumb into it. It looks like.
Like, what did you do on that one?
That was the one I sweat on. No, you can't play this guy
Are you?
until you re-sleeve it. You re-sleeve it, you can play it.
If I lose that top layer.
Take the top layer off and let's see.
Okay.
Is that better though?
It's better, but there's still markings all over it. Like, how many are
No,
they?
stop taking. I don't want to do this again.
There. At this
I can
layer,
do this
it looks
layer?
fine.
How many is this?
I don't know.
4.
Oh my god.
4 is the answer. I can do 4 sleeves and still.
I'm gonna
and
pull
pass
it. There's 4 sleeves in that.
I can pass it. Well, there were 6 before. Well, we didn't get 6. We got to make some changes to the formula. He didn't even check the tops, which is the part I was most worried about.
What did you do?
Look, the tops are great. No issues whatsoever.
These are all messed up too. This was entrapment.
You didn't look at the tops.
That is actually a pretty serious infraction.
Cut, quick, cut. My friend, we almost had it.
No, we didn't. We never really almost had it ever since we had to go and like beg the head front desk for
A cutting board?
Yeah, a
All
cutting board, a guillotine for paper.
Might have almost had it. We were very close.
Yeah, no, we
very
weren't close
to
at all. With stuff like dings, scratches, grease.
Close. We were very close. It was almost there.
What's wrong with this dragon? Why is it crying like this?
We'll just call him Digit. And Digit is operating a mechanical truck lift when suddenly, his glove gets caught in the lift and he pulls and he struggles to pull it out. And that is when the machine comes down and slices his finger clean off. All right, but we'll get back to him. This story doesn't actually start with Digit. It starts with this woman, Ayala. And one night, Ayala is eating at Wendy's, and she's eating chili. And she takes a bite, and she suddenly bites down onto something crunchy. And she spits it out, and she looks at it, and it appears to be a human finger. And Ayala freaks the hell out. She starts yelling and telling everyone in the restaurant to stop eating because the food is contaminated. And she's screaming at the staff and accusing them of tampering with the food. And the store, it immediately shuts down. And they discard the chili, but they save the finger. They actually put it in the freezer. And then they call the police, and the police come investigate, but they're like, this is more of a health code violation. This isn't really police jurisdiction. But then 3 hours later, the story has already hit the local news. And then the news starts to spread. And then the next day, corporate representatives show up to the restaurant. Now, I don't know what Wendy's corporate representatives look like, so I'm just gonna represent them like this. So Wendy's corporate, they show up to the restaurant investigating, because this is a PR nightmare for them. And they're immediately trying to figure out if what Ayala bit into is an actual human finger. It is. And they're trying to figure out whose finger it is. So they interview all the employees at the store, they contact suppliers at the factories, but none of them are missing a finger. And within a week of this happening, Wendy's worst nightmare occurs. This story starts to blow up. It's all over the news, late night talk show hosts are making jokes about it. Ayala gets invited onto Good Morning America to talk about what happened, and she eventually goes and she gets a lawyer, and she files a lawsuit against Wendy's, because she's about to catch a big paycheck from this. Meanwhile, Wendy's is still trying to get to the bottom of this. They hire a forensics expert to test whether or not the finger was cooked with the chili or if it was added after the fact, and they determine it was added after the fact. They also find that there's actually no trace of Ayala's saliva on the finger, meaning she never bit into it. She lied. So Wendy's has all this information, and they're like, this has got to be a hoax. So they contact the police with this new evidence. And then finally, police get involved, and they start investigating. And to assist this investigation, Wendy's sets up a free hotline and offers a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the actual owner of the finger. And sure enough, people start calling in, giving them information. And within a week, they get over 300 calls, with people making all kinds of wild claims. But one of those callers claims that they had done business with Ayala before, and that she was involved in some kind of real estate fraud years ago. So police hear this, and they really start digging into Ayala's past. Now, during all this, Ayala's still out there doing the media interviews, just enjoying the publicity, soaking up the attention. But slowly, after a honeymoon period in the spotlight, rumors about her start to surface. Like that all the evidence isn't really lining up with her story, and that she has a history of filing lawsuits against big companies. In fact, it comes out that she had filed 13 different lawsuits in the past, against Goodyear Tires and El Pollo Loco and against General Motors. And then little by little, the media starts to turn on her, questioning her story. And this gets stressful for Ayala, because almost 2 weeks later, bam, she suddenly drops her lawsuit, saying the pressure of being in the public spotlight is just too much for her, and she immediately stops doing all these interviews. But by this time, Wendy's has had so much bad press from this, and sales are starting to slip, and they're losing revenue because people think there's gonna be fingers in their food. In fact, at this point, Wendy claims they're losing over $1 million a day from this scandal. So Wendy's is like, nah, we're getting to the bottom of this. We need to clear our name. Then, around that time, out of nowhere, boom, police arrest Ayala. But not for the finger chili hoax. It's for the real estate fraud that police were tipped off about on the Wendy's hotline. And police also arrest Ayala's husband, this guy, Jamie, because during that same investigation, they discovered that Jamie owed over $400,000 in back child support. Damn. And of course, Wendy's is super happy about this, but they still need to figure out whose finger was in the chili so that they can clear their name, and so that people will start eating at Wendy's again. So they go and they increase that $50,000 reward to $100,000. And that is where someone finally calls in with a lead. This guy, Mike. Now, Mike owns an asphalt business, and one day he calls into the hotline and tells them a story about how a while back one of his employees had lost a finger. It had gotten caught in a truck lift and it was severed off. That employee is Digit. And about a month after he lost his finger, Digit brought that severed finger to work to show it off to the other employees. Like, hey, look at my finger. And one of the other employees who worked there at the time was Jamie, Ayala's husband. So Jamie offers to buy Digit's severed finger from him for like $100. I'm not making that up. And Digit agrees. And then Jamie and Ayala, of course, then use this finger to pull off the Wendy's finger chili scam. So police don't have to arrest Jamie and Ayala because they'd already been arrested, but here's her mugshot, and here's his. And they charge them with felony attempted grand larceny, and she ends up pleading guilty, and she gets sentenced to 9 years in prison, while Jamie must have been the mastermind because he was sentenced to 12 years in prison. And they're both ordered to pay $21.2 million in restitution to Wendy's. And the harshest punishment they got? Both of them are banned from Wendy's for life. Wendy doesn't fuck around.
Welcome back, everybody. In today's video, we have a frauditor who deleted every single one of his fraudits. Now, we're going to be taking a look at that, looking at the social blade, and trying to analyze what happened there. Also, we have an update from our good neighborhood lunatic Audit Dem, as he's saying he wants to join our movement and he wants to become an anti-frauditor. He's done with frauditing and he wants to make his quote-unquote bootlicker channel. Basically, he's admitting to try to grift both sides because, as you know, frauditors have no integrity. So he doesn't mind making money from the lens lickers and from the normal people. So we'll take a look at that as well. But before we get into that, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, Aura. In January of this year, the world's largest data breach happened, labeled the mother of all breaches, and it revealed 26 billion stolen records. The breach was so big it contained 12 terabytes of information, and most of the info was stolen from popular websites such as Twitter and LinkedIn. But what's even worse is that there was also data stolen from governmental agencies, which means that your social security number, your private information is at risk. And that's why when a situation like this happens, you need Aura. Aura scans the clear web and the dark web and automatically sends requests to remove your subscriber videos, and then he delivered the final blow to himself on the 26th, where he deleted 444,000 views. And yeah, now his channel is gone. It makes $0. He still has the subscribers, but it's going to be pretty useless when he deleted all his videos. I mean, that is a huge blow that I don't think he'll be able to recover from. So that's my analysis of Audit the Simulation. I don't think there's a way to get a definitive answer as to why did he delete the videos. I don't know if YouTube did it. I highly doubt it because they would have just deleted the entire channel if they are to take away all the videos. So it's probably something he did himself. Now, I don't know why he would do that. Family members, or remember NorCal Calpwatch, after I exposed him, he deleted all his social media, all his channels, because he was exposed as a diddler. So you never know. There's a wide variety of reasons why it could happen. But until then, we'll just have to guess. And let's talk about Frauded Them, as he is having another psychotic mental breakdown where he's talking about becoming a bootlicker. He wants to do a bootlicker channel. Basically, I won't do.
They're soulless. They're a digital council. They're soulless. And they find that shit funny. Tase him more. Tase him more. Now, this is what I want to say to you guys, that I would love to do stand-up comedy in the new future, and I need more content to talk about, freestyle about. So this is what I want to ask you guys, since you guys are watching. Would you think it's a good idea if I started another channel, acting like using my voice, my normal voice, but you know, sometimes I'll change my voice up a little bit, and do commentary on auditors' videos? But when I do this shit, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to ask the auditor for permission if I could do his video, and I'm gonna tell him, hey auditor, I'm gonna call you a frauditor in this video on my commentary. I'm gonna act like a bootlicker and say these same stupid talking points. No, you say you have a right to go in there, but you don't have a right because of the 10th Amendment. You know, I'm gonna make points like that here and there. But what I find interesting about it is it's so fucking easy to do that shit, man. All I would have to do is steal a video, technically steal a video. You know, I'll contact the auditor. I'll let them know, hey, auditor, don't take this wrong. I am Audit Them. This is my second channel. I'm gonna be bashing you on here slightly, but this is just for satire or whatever the fuck they call it. This is just satire. But don't take this to heart. I'm gonna sit here and bash you. And there's going to be bootlickers that are going to come on this channel. They're not even going to know it's me, Audit Them. And they're going to love the channel. And they're going to love these dumb talking points that I'm going to say. I'm not going to call you an auditor. I'm going to call you a frauditor. And I'll probably do some reviews of these bootlicker channels too. Like, for example, if Frauditor Faggot from Canada, he steals somebody's video and he puts his little silly ass commentary on it, I could review his commentary video as well. I could keep it real in the video and tell the true facts, and I could act like a bootlicker as well. But what I'm saying is I could dish these videos out, man. I could even cover my own videos and call myself, you know, hey, you're doing it wrong, you're doing this wrong, and you're doing that wrong. I really think that the YouTube phenomenon with this auditing shit, they need a channel like that. And I'm ready to start doing that, man. But I want to ask you guys, what would you think about that theory? If I started a secondary channel acting like I'm a bootlicker, would you guys watch that? Or you're a light in the dark world. We are here, all have roles and fighting evil. Stay strong, bro. Definitely, DWM, I support you. IB said, yeah, for sure, bro. Who else? Would you guys approve of that? Because them channels go up fast, man. Them bootlicker channels, they go up fast. And if them people want to be fed and misled with stupid nonsense, I'll give it to them. But at the same time, I'm building content. So if I do ever grab a stand-up microphone, they're dumb enough to fall for it. It would get bootlicker traffic on both channels. Hey, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. And most of the content that I cover is my own content. I say, no, frauditor, you don't have a right to go in here. This is a public limited forum, and you need to have a credential from the 10th Amendment. You have to have a press pass. That's the same shit they keep saying. They've been saying this stuff for 5 years now. Like, what the fuck are these bootlickers teaching? No, you can't go in here. Technically, it's a... ironically, technically, it's a traditional non-public forum. So, you know, I'll slide both things in there. I'll slide lies in there like they do. Shit on them. And the edge that I'm not really serious about me being a bootlicker. Right, we need that batch, man. We really need that type of concept. We really need it. And I'm gonna be the one who's gonna start that shit, man. I'm telling you, sooner than later. As a matter of fact, I might release my first video today. It's so fucking easy for me to do. I'll open up a StreamYard. I'll review an auditor's video, and I'll pause it from time to time to put a stupid comment in there. All the fuck I would have to do is just call the auditor a frauder. Here's my 10 talking points on every fucking video. Call him a frauditor. Tell him there's a 10th Amendment. Tell him it's a limited public forum. Tell him he has no right to film in the DMV. Tell him he has no right at a veterans affairs because that's only for veterans. I tell him no. Yes, the state does allow FOIAs at the veterans office, but since he's a frauditor, he has no right. Everybody else does, but he has no. So, you know, I'll say the same fucking garbage, man. He said, Jack said he might create a sauce for the boot. That's a good one, yeah, man. Because sometimes, you know what, the bootlickers, I see in their complaint form, sometimes they say the leather is dry. So we have to have some type of dressing on the side for it, you know? That's a great idea, Jack. They say the leather, sometimes it tastes dry, stale. It's boring when they eat it. They need a bag of chips with that boot. So depending on what type of shoe they swallow, yeah, sure, we could promote some type of sauce for them. Man, that's gonna fucking end the bootlickers' careers. When I start a channel like this, let's say for example, I start stealing Frauder Canada's videos every fucking day. Every video that he releases bashing on an auditor, I'll steal the frauditor's video, and I'll talk about both fraud. I'll talk about the auditor and frauditor on there.
So you heard this right. He's threatening to use my videos and to react to them. Audit them. I don't care. That's called fair use transformative work. I couldn't care less. Unlike you, I love the First Amendment and I don't mind criticism. I'm not a snowflake frauditor like you and your gang of morons. Anyways, that's enough for the video. If there's any psychiatrists in Illinois and Chicago that wish to volunteer their help to help this very disturbed man, then please reach out to him because he needs help. And I'm being serious right now. I'm not trying to troll or anything. This guy is mentally disturbed. How he's going on about FOIA and this and the voice. There's something going on there. So he needs your help. If you're a psychiatrist and you're willing to put up with this guy, do lend him a hand, please. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
I live here!
The football industry is one of the most lucrative in the world, worth billions of pounds every year. And it made me think, what are the most sold football products of all time? So today I'm going to be testing out the most sold boots, gloves and football to see what the hype is really about. And then at the end of the video, I've made my prediction for what I think will soon be the most sold ball ever made. After the ball itself, the boots are probably the most important bit of kit you're going to buy, but which pair has sold more than any others? There's three ways we can look at this, the first being the most sold boot on today's market.
So when it comes to modern football boots, it doesn't get any more popular than the Nike Mercurial Vapor.
This is a really nice boot, lightweight, looks cool, nice to play in, so no surprise why it's sold so well. This chart shows the percentage of players in the top 5 leagues and what boots they wear, and in each and every league the Nike Vapor tops the list. It's hard to get an exact figure on sales of this boot as Nike haven't released any figures, but it's clear to see that it's very successful for them. So the Nike Vapors are the most sold boots of today, but next up I'll test out the best selling boot franchise of all time, and surprisingly the Nike Mercurial is not the winner. Next up we take a look at the most iconic and best selling boot franchise of all time. Probably unsurprisingly, it's the Adidas Predator that takes this victory. These boots have been around since 1994 and are still going strong today. Many famous players have worn these boots over the years, adding to its popularity, such as David Beckham and Zinedine Zidane. Part of the success of this boot is how often Adidas have changed it up and kept it fresh. As you can see, these boots are just a few years apart but look totally different. Predator boots are famous for their rubber elements, giving them extra curve. Let's test them out. So as a franchise, the Adidas Predators have sold more than any other boot, but now we're taking a look at the big one, the #1 most sold football boot of all time, and I think this is going to surprise you a little bit. So in this box I have the most sold football boot of all time, and I want you to guess in the comments right now which boot you think is inside this box. No cheating. 3, 2, 1. Alright, guesses are in. Let's see if you got it right. The most sold football boot of all time is the Adidas Copa Mundial, which is Spanish for World Cup. An iconic boot that's made from kangaroo leather. It's been the most sold boot in the world since 2001. Let's find out why. It's just started to tip it down, which is actually perfect weather for testing the coppers out. They're actually really soft. They're made of kangaroo leather. Let's test them out and see if we can find out why they're so popular. So these boots were released in 1979 ahead of the 1982 World Cup in Spain. That means they've been around 44 years, and maybe their longevity is part of the reason why they're such a good selling football boot. Boots have been worn by the likes of Zinedine Zidane, Franz Beckenbauer and Maradona over the years, which have added to their popularity. In 2023, I don't see that many people wearing these at all, especially not a younger crowd, so I'm guessing it won't be long before a new boot takes its place as the #1 bestseller. Honestly, with the coppers on, there's nothing better than just smashing a half volley on a wet surface. So nice. Also, no well-known footballer has worn these boots in years, further reducing their popularity for new generations. These are the most sold football boots of all time, so I was slightly surprised when I heard rumours that this summer Adidas are going to stop making them. So there we have it, the most sold football boot of all time. But will Adidas halt production of this timeless classic? Now, whilst I was putting these boots away, the doorbell rang and my next product arrived. Say whichever gift you want. Now next up, I decided to take a look on Amazon and see what were the best-selling football products on there. And this was the ball that topped the list, a £9.99 Mitre football. Let's see why it's so popular. First things first, it's one of the cheapest balls by a well-known brand on the site, so that's at least one of the reasons. It's a pretty clean design and it seems like the sort of football you'd buy in bulk for training. Let's have some shots with this ball to test it out. Honestly, to say how cheap this ball is, it's actually really nice to strike. Oh. So the one thing I can say about this ball is it doesn't have much grip on it, so it can be a bit slippy, but apart from that, it's a really good football. What's funny is the day after I tested this ball out, I was working out in my garage and noticed that I've already bought this football previously myself, so you might want to check to see if you have one of these in your collection. What are the chances in that? But seriously, for the price, this is a good football. Next up, I wanted to see what were the best-selling goalie gloves on Amazon, and it was pretty surprising. These non-branded gloves costing £8.99 were top of the list, but let's try and find out why. They weren't terrible, but they definitely didn't offer as much grip compared to a top-end glove. But for the price, that's to be expected. I think the reason these are so popular is similar to the football. People are looking for a cheap pair of gloves just to use in their five-a-side match. And for that, they're absolutely fine. But if you're serious about being a keeper, you would probably perform better in a slightly more expensive glove if your budget can stretch that far. Now, before we move on to the big one, the footballs, we're going to take a look at the most sold kits of all time. First up, let's look at club kits. As you can see, Man United are top in the list with over 3 million shirts sold, followed by Real Madrid and then Bayern Munich. This is the list for 2022, but it's very similar each year. The only surprise to me was to see Bayern so high up, but apart from that, it's as you'd expect. Now the international kits are more surprising. These are the sales from the 2018 World Cup, and Mexico sold more than any other team, and England are not even in the top 5. Now we're going to look at the most sold individual kit of all time. Coming in at number 3, and this one surprised me a little bit, it's Lewandowski's Bayern shirt, which sold over 970,000 times in his final season there. Number 2 is Ronaldo's Man United shirt with just over 1 million sales. And And coming in at number 1 is Messi's home shirt at PSG, the season he signed there, with Messi 30 on the back. It sold over 1.2 million shirts. Now these shirt sales are impressive, but they've got nothing on the numbers when we compare them to the footballs.
Now we've got the big one. What is the best-selling football of all time? And I'm going to give you the top 3.
So first off, I'm going to test out the official top 3 most sold balls. Then at the end, I'll show you my prediction for the ball that I think will be the future bestseller.
Now, the number 3 ball on the list, I don't have exact figures for this ball, unlike the rest in the video, but I have good reason to believe it belongs in the top 3, and here's why.
So the third best-selling ball of all time is the Adidas Tango, a football that was recently described by Soccer Bible as the most iconic ball ever made. Released in 1978, its classic design makes it very much the Copa Mundial of footballs. This ball has been used in 6 major tournaments, including World Cups and Euros, so its time in the spotlight is definitely one of the reasons for its immense popularity, also making it one of the most recognisable footballs of all time. But what's it like to play with?
Now the younger audiences watching this video may not even recognise this ball, but it is one of the most iconic balls of all time, and some even say it's the greatest football ever made.
So the Adidas Tango comes in at the number 3 spot, and whilst I've only ever heard positive things about this ball, unfortunately the same can't be said for number 2 on the list. Now the second most sold football is somewhat of a surprise to see on this list, but also kinda not, seeing as it is one of the most famous balls ever made. It's the Jabulani. Adidas sold over 13 million of these controversial balls, and I'll keep it fairly short as I've tested this ball in depth before. But for a football that was so heavily criticised, it's funny to see it so high on the list. But unlike the Jabulani, the most sold ball of all time performed perfectly.
Now we have the best-selling football of all time. Well, at least I'm pretty sure it is. There is one more possible contender, but I'll talk about that at the end of the video. So, the most sold football of all time is the Adidas Bazooka. Let's test this thing out.
Now this ball was the perfect storm for Adidas. Coming into the Brazil World Cup in 2014, the hype around the tournament was huge and they delivered a near perfect football.
The sparkles when we go dance on the trees, 'cause there ain't nobody.
14 million match balls were sold at €160 each, and 42 million balls sold overall in the Bazooka design, which is insane. And it led to Adidas' most successful year in football financially, and it was the first football to generate over $1 billion in sales.
Ain't nobody else than you. Rub me up.
So, this could be a pretty bold statement, but I think the Bazooka could be the best football of all time.
So that's the Adidas Bazooka, as far as I'm aware, the most sold ball of all time. But as I mentioned earlier, there is one ball that could beat it, but the figures aren't in yet, and that is the Al Rilla, the World Cup ball from 2022. This ball has been everywhere for over a year now, so it really wouldn't surprise me if this football soon becomes the most sold in the world.
sorcerers.
Well, as Harrison Ford once said, if we would have asked the people what they wanted, they would have asked for a faster C++. What made me learn Rust? I wanted to write an operating system in 3 weeks. I first wanted to write my own systems programming language, but I thought that's too complicated for people. And then I discovered Rust, and now I just don't mind that it's too complicated for people. People say, choose the right tool for the job. In the Rust community, we say, choose the right job for the tool. I'm a regular contributor to 14 projects. I actually got the original. When I see a C++ dev, what I see is a future Rust dev. Macro expansion. Bounded polymorphism. WebAssembly. The problem with mediocrity. I let my threads panic for pleasure. Those of you coming from functional programming languages will be pleased. Those of you coming from OOP languages will also be pleased. In interpreted languages, you need a lot of imagination. My metric of self-worth is bound to prevented CVEs and Puni awards. Did you know that according to Microsoft, 70% of all CVEs are due to memory leakage? In C++, you need to worry about memory because of memory errors. In Java, you need to worry about memory because of the garbage collector. In Rust, you don't need to worry about memory because you need to worry about borrowing, which is a new concept that in Haskell, everything is just cloned. I mean, what? Do we have infinite resources? In JavaScript, you need to worry about memory because you need to worry about JavaScript. In C, macros were a pain. We solved that in Rust. Now nested macros are a pain. I mean, there is no such thing as a perfect programming language. Rust is merely a statically typed, low-level, multi-paradigm, perfect programming language. Well, the fiasco with Tokyo memory safety with locking is, you know those algo coding tools where you learn the language through play in games? So here we actually teach to learn Rust through games, although you're not going to play very much if you don't have strong fundamentals in Rust.
And which part did you write in Rust? The front end or the back end?
No, the browser. Not everyone learns Rust in a lifetime. I actually wrote a custom new version of the Rust compiler. It's a little stricter with error handling. Essentially, you're being tasered when you make an error. How else you're going to learn low-level programming? I'm currently rewriting the color blue to Rust. The main problem Rust has and solves by itself is the borrow checker references to an object. But if you parallelize, you need to parallelize manually. And that means, well, in other languages, you don't even have parallelization, so. Rust is so good, its aliasing tracking found LLVM's own bugs. The disadvantages? Rust thinks you can't keep object lifetimes in your head. And there is no reward when dealing with large library dependency graphs. Is Rust good for game development? Rust is good for everything. There are currently 5 games written in Rust and 50 game engines. Race conditions are fundamentally unsolvable. You can't fix what's broken on the OS level, unless you're using an OS written in Rust, of course. Again, I'm not here to tell you that Rust is the best language. You should have figured by now. The best JS bundler is written in Rust. TurboPack, 20 times faster than any bundler written in JS. That's some undercover marketing right there. You can't trust humans, but you can always trust the compiler. Another superpower of Rust, testing in Rust is cheaper because we're all geniuses. In Rust, you need to see the compiler as your friend that helps you with your stupidity. Map error exists, but its method trait bounds were not satisfied. Linked lists. Rust requires unlearning many horrible programming patterns from other horrible languages. Rust will finally unite C and C++ encoders from all other programming languages. I actually have a macro for the unsafe command. It's called trust me. Welcome to memory management in Rust. We compiled the entire company at runtime, but of course the normal normie kernel dev will come across more difficult challenges. So this is a concept that you haven't heard before Rust. In fact, actually no one has. We have traits, lifetimes, no states. Is this a joke? Yeah, so these are called traits.
So it's like interfaces to Java.
Yeah, we don't mention Java in here. Rust is, imagine you would throw all advantages from all languages together. Now your code is unreadable, but it's memory safe. Option, not maybe in Rust. This isn't Haskell, but it could be with a few tweaks. Memory leakage is considered safe. Not calling destructors is considered safe, because memory leakage is considered safe. Even if it leaks, it never gets referenced again, so there's not going to be any crash. The program does crash, but if the memory fills up, you can catch that in some cases. Well, memforget was introduced to tell the compiler. Anyways, in Rust, all libraries are archived. This isn't JavaScript, but we have left pad incidents. Breaking changes are only introduced in Rust editions. We have Rust 2015, 2018, 2021 edition, and this is actually Rust 2023 Signature Edition. It's actually signed by Graydon himself. Well, the fiasco with Tokyo is, so a join handle from a task you spawn can get out of scope. Now, there are two schools of thought. Some think the task should be aborted. The others don't really think at all. I will say it. Rust is in all things top of the hill, king of the castle, head of the competition. For all things C or ASM, Rust is good. Yeah, for functional programming, it's Haskell and Rust. Rust is king of the castle. Yeah, they don't want unsaving my trade. Just stuff it all into macros. The C++ code is bigger, but not as organized as ours. In Rust development, a lot changes. Usually when you find a bug, you fix it. When Rust users find a bug, they complain about it in GitHub issues for 2 years before the project owner steps down. WebAssembly. What was the question? In other programming languages, the documentation ends with a cookie clicker. In Rust, it ends with a multi-threaded, high-performing, fully functional web server. Yeah, there are a lot of jobs for Rust. Most are for startups that do some blockchain stuff and then go bankrupt in a year. I joined a couple of startups like that in the past months. All those startups wanting to become unicorns. I'm not crazy about that. We got this as new merch from our company. Monorepo in Rust and bindings to all other languages. That's the future of programming. Hugo, Zula, Node, Dino, Wireshark, SniffNet, Bitcoin, Solana, Go, GoScript, GNU, Haskell. Okay, you can use Haskell. I mean, I would like to publish my DNA as a crate, but crates.io has a 10 megabyte limit. Oh, I use Iced.
So, Iced is the best one.
It's the most complete one. It is very easy to rewrite everything in Rust because you get karma points on Reddit. By the way, this code actually also runs on mobile in a wrapper that I wrote in Rust. Yeah, Rust is an interesting mix of C++, OCaml, Haskell, Dota, JavaScript. I meant Lisp.
Oh, is it the timer for the coffee?
No, I just finished compiling. Map error exists, but its method trademark. Rust allows for hybrid approaches, allowing for productive kernel incrementalism instead of whole project rewrite. We'll still do the whole project rewrite. I'm actually rewriting Windows to Rust. This will give it some credit. There will never be a Rust version 2.0 because the language is perfect. Technically it means because the syntax is adaptable, but the other phrase sounds better. Took 15 years for case statements to arrive in Python. Think about it. You don't adapt the program to the language in Rust. You adapt the language to the program. We decided to introduce the yeet keyword after a well-mannered discussion, which will make everyone equally unhappy. Rust is very simple to learn. I'm actually writing an introduction to the language right now. It is mainly aimed at readers already familiar with Haskell or OCaml.
Yeah, but nobody knows Haskell. We're all looking to learn Rust.
Come back after you learn Haskell. Normie. We didn't say it's a programming language for everybody, just for the elite. But everyone is welcome that is ready to join the cult. Community. Community. Reliability. Speed. Productivity. Pick 4. Why Rust? It has 3 main benefits. Rust versus Java? Well, that's an easy one. Pokemon Go? We have Pokemon Rust. Yes, we did. And you don't even catch Pokemon. Just random runtime exceptions. We really hate repetitions in Rust. Into, inner, unwrap, unwrap, unwrap. We don't like unreadable code in Rust. Option, RC, ref cell. There are different types of macros. I don't need to go over them, right? So let's learn another meta programming language called pattern matching. Is that your repo? Let's start by setting up cargo. Everyone cares about random.
I'll pass.
Yeah. MSD heavy.
Yeah. Yeah.
The MSD one and you can attack me too. No, bro.
Center? Yeah.
Counter?
Yeah.
Two counter?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
That's fine.
You hit your bounce? Yeah. Take it.
$66, 8,000?
Yep.
Go ahead.
End phase, I'll go Dust Tornado on the back row. I will use effect to set. Draw. Standby. Main.
Oh, shit. Main phase 2.
I'll pass.
Standby phase?
Yeah.
Keep going. See your agreement? I'll enter battle. 14.
I'll sock it.
16.
I'll take it.
Draw. Phase 2 set. And summon. Battle?
Sorry, thinking. Hard stand?
1, 2, 3.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. Also, quick thing, the entire show is not like this. I'd finished the entire show. In fact, we were uploading it. I was on the middle of a damn hike. I have 1 bar on my phone right now, but the news just broke and we had to mention it that former President Donald Trump has been found
in the allegations of anti-Semitism. Because yesterday, the news broke that the Labour Party had banned a left-wing academic by the name of Faiza Shaheen, with them specifically banning her from standing as a candidate in the upcoming all of the profits from the is coming to a bloody end. With just yesterday, a gunman shooting and killing an aspiring mayor at a rally in the southern state of Guerrero, where the candidate's name was Jose Alfredo Cabrera, and the attack was actually captured on camera, with the footage showing him smiling and surrounded by supporters in the moments right before he was shot. And according to officials, the suspected attacker was also killed at the scene, while there were 3 people also injured and 2 others detained. And as we've talked about before, this is unfortunately not unusual. Mexico's cartels have targeted and killed candidates from all of the country's major parties, with Alfredo Cabrera's murder bringing the number of candidates killed this election season to at least 23, with some advocacy groups reporting that the real number is over 30. I mean, a day before Alfredo Cabrera's murder, for example, a mayoral candidate in the central state of Morelos was murdered while another one was wounded by gunfire in western Jalisco state. And just last week, 9 people were killed in 2 attacks against mayoral candidates in the southern state of Chiapas. But with all that said, we shouldn't let the violence distract us from the fact that this election is still taking place, and it is a historic one. In fact, it's actually the biggest election in the country's history. When voters head to the polls in a few days, more than 20,000 congressional and local positions are going to be up for grabs. And more than that, it's expected to deliver the country's first female president. But with whoever wins, tackling cartel violence will be among the major challenges they face. Right on top of the political candidates killed this year, more than 450,000 people have been murdered and tens of thousands have gone missing in Mexico since 2006. And with that, the frontrunner this year is a woman by the name of Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. They're currently enjoying a sizable lead at the poll with 53% of voter support, with her also being the candidate backed by the current president, AMLO. And to that point, she's pledged to continue his social programs and strategy of tackling crime at its roots. Right, a controversial policy that he calls hugs, not bullets, with an example of that policy being offering apprenticeships to encourage youths to not join drug cartels. And this is there's a sizable gap to the next leading candidate. Pulling in at 36% is a woman by the name of Xochitl Galvez Ruiz, a woman who has said that with AMLO's strategy, the hugs have been for criminals and the bullets for citizens. And at that point, cartels and other criminal groups in Mexico have reportedly gained greater control over more territory in the country under AMLO's leadership. Though notably, at the same time, we've seen violence escalate in the past when former Mexican presidents have deployed the army against cartels, which is why I have many saying there are no easy solutions here. It should also be noted that AMLO has faced other criticisms as well, with many claiming that his policies have eroded Mexican democracy and brought the country closer to authoritarianism. Though despite that, he remains incredibly popular there, with many arguing that his support for Sheinbaum Pardo that virtually guarantees her victory. But this also, as her supporters have said, that she is not a puppet of AMLO. Right in there, pointing to the fact that her policies often diverged from his when she was serving as the first female mayor of Mexico City. But as far as what this election is going to fully look like, we'll see soon. And in the meantime, time, if you're watching from Mexico or you have family or friends there, I'd especially love to know your thoughts on this. And then, finally, today we've got community updates and commentary. For community updates, it actually starts with a massive thank you. Right, thank you to everyone that's made this beautiful bastard drop this week so huge. And also, for those of you that haven't gotten in on it yet, definitely get it. There are a number of things that are sold out, or there are a lot of sizes that are sold out. With the color 3-packs definitely being the winner, which absolutely makes sense. So much love and time was spent making these perfect. We've gotten like the most positive emails about them since we did the first drop. So if you want to snag the last few in your size, which by the way, we go from small to 5XL, definitely recommend going to the site. And we still have some left of the Embrace Change Zip hoodie, beautiful bastard angel of death, have a great fucking day, emotionally exhausted gear. But then, as far as commentary, man, the comments were almost exclusively about that Louisiana story yesterday. And I mean, understandably so. With some of y'all like Rachel Hansen saying, as an atheist and a teacher, it is insulting that legislatures want schools to post religious texts. I would strongly consider civil disobedience to these laws that go against my own free speech. But you had some like Grace saying, leave it up. We get bigger posters of all the other religions, including Satanism. Tobo saying, religious lawmakers said the quiet part out loud. They want to abolish the separation of church and state. Bebop saying, the degradation of separation of church and state is scary. I don't need someone else to validate my beliefs by forcing them on someone else. I hope and pray we get these entitled politicians out before they completely destroy the US. So there you had some responding saying, it's not about validating religious belief, it's about control. And RWG saying, I live in Louisiana. We rank the worst in almost every metric that matters compared to other states: education, healthcare, obesity, crime rate, etc. Our state needs to pay teachers, invest in healthcare, invest in childcare and youth. This bill is a stupid waste of time and money that'll have no real benefit for any school children, and it is a clear violation of separation of church and state. But adding, unfortunately, I'm not surprised. This is par for the course in Louisiana. But then finally, today, to end on a light note, a lot of people just said, hey, great job to the editors for that final joke, which I'll tell you, they got me, because when they cut the audio out of me doing my outro, I about had a fucking heart attack. And so I'll have to ask them how much it was about you guys laughing versus how much just fucking with me they were going for. I feel like it was probably 50-50, 60-40. But with that said, that's where your Thursday evening, Friday morning show is going to end. But I'll see you soon, because remember, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here on Monday.
Awesome. I get loot. You're right.
You are not looking at a yellow ball.
Feel the bite of Firala!
AOE incoming.
Waiting for a spark. Fall to my wrath.
Watch your step.
Destruction reigns. Fall to my wrath.
AOE incoming.
Waiting for a spark. Fall to my wrath.
Run.
Dream burns.
Raise charge.
Wasted effort. Agonies. The world will be remade in flame.
Phase 2. Run.
Bang on my axe! I will tear you asunder! So sworn to a Mirdrasil.
Surrender for us. You cannot win.
Keep dreaming, little one. Your mother is not here to save you. Destruction reigns! This tree will not fall. Run
Ads
and
coming.
hide, weakling!
This tree will not fall.
Run.
Feel the bite of Firala! Fall to my wrath!
This tree will not fall. The dream will never heal to you, monster.
Your last moments will be a nightmare! Fall to my wrath! Destruction reigns! So sworn to a Mirdrasil! Run and
Ads
hide, weaklings!
Breath incoming.
A Mirdrasil must not fall.
Run.
Feel the bite of Firala! This tree will not fall.
A Mirdrasil is under my protection, fiend.
How
did your protection work out for your children? Fall to my wrath! Run and hide, weakling!
Breath incoming.
Incineration!
Alex Straza, what has happened?
Something unexpected.
What he did during the lockdowns. Here's some video information of the proof of what he stream, because honestly a lot of people are starting to say that they think today was the day that America died, which quite possibly could be the truth. I wouldn't want to be hyperbolic, but I mean, it's starting to kind of sound like that. But the one thing I could say for sure is, at least Trump being found guilty of all 34 charges in New York City's Banana Court just shows you that if you ever thought that Donald Trump was controlled opposition, like he's part of the Uniparty, where most rhinos, you know, Republican in name only, faking to be conservatives, but they're really actually just diet Democrats at this point in time. If you thought that Donald Trump was just another part of the system and he wasn't going to usher in America First policies and try to like push away from the globalism that's taking over the most of the world, we can now be confirmed and say with confidence that that is not the case, because they wouldn't be basically dismantling our entire faith in the justice system if it didn't mean that they could control him at some point in time in the back end. So thank you very much, Earthworm Jim, for the super huge super chat saying Trump is not going to jail. If he does, it'll make him even more popular. P.S. Brace yourselves for June, because it's another month of pandering to the rainbow community. Hold on to your butts, fam. So appreciate the really big super chat, but that's the one thing I'll say is everybody doesn't think he's going to jail. Like, I even made this little poll right here. Are they gonna throw him in jail? Looks like there were 700 votes here. 57% of you said that they're not going to. And was previously in the mindset of, no, they're not gonna throw Donald Trump in jail. Like, it's gonna make people's minds melt. And just like a lot of you guys were saying in the chat, every step of the way of them prosecuting Trump has backfired on them royally. But this is the only move they have now. They know the mugshot made him more popular. They know that when they indicted him the second time, or no, wait, when they brought him in court the second time, that just resulted in him receiving a record amount of fundraising. They know that now that they announced him guilty on 34 charges, all 34 charges, all felony, I'm sorry, I'm getting this confused. All 34 felony charges in New York City. It broke down the WinRed website, and the WinRed is their donation website. It's not some janky website like decoyvoice.com that I'm making in my basement and I'm just running by myself. No, WinRed is the entire country's Republican fundraising website. It melted that down. I think right now if you search on Google Trends, we are all aware that the internet is primarily used for spicy content for adults to consume. Right now, actually, I saw this on Twitter, but let me just not double check it because I know it's real. But trends, Google Trends. You can compare two different search trends. So I think it's this compared to how to donate to Donald Trump. Wait. Donate Trump. There it is. So, as of today, let me pull this up on the screen. As of today, most of the internet traffic is used for spicy content, but somehow, after they announced him guilty of all these charges, if you're searching for female appendages, that was predominantly the most of the internet, but no, donating to Trump is now more popular than looking at women's body parts, according to Google Trends, which I believe at some point in time they will likely alter these results and make it look like it's not that popular. But good God, Donald Trump is more popular than online spicy content. I mean, this is getting wild. So I think that most of us here think that it's not gonna happen. You know, like it's it's not Occam's razor. What's that other phrase that says, you know, we've had it too good for too long, so we just automatically assume things are going to be good forever. That's the word. No, now we're not the Streisand effect. Not the Streisand effect. I feel like everybody is getting that the search term thing out of context. Who Googles that? I mean, what is it? Okay, let's see. It's still better. It's still bigger than this.
What's your step?
The plural version. Normalcy, yeah, complacency bias, normalcy bias. That's what it is. Thank you, chat. Complacency bias, we all think because they've never, an American political leader has never thrown in their political rival into prison. It's never happened before, so we automatically just assume it's never going to happen. But this isn't, it happens in other countries all the time with banana republics where they don't actually just own it. Their polls go down with African American voters, and then Joe Biden magically appears in some black family's house, feeds them fried chicken. Like, he bought himself a cheeseburger. I missed that initially. He's like, I got myself a cheeseburger, but here's some fried chicken for you guys. So you play basketball, right? No, okay. What position do you play? That was the level of pandering. That's what the Democrat Party could offer those people. People are sick of that. So yes, the polling is going to continue to go for Trump. The donation numbers are going to be absolutely insane for Trump because this is getting Republican voters worried. It's even getting somebody like me. I would say I'm a moderate. I just did a video of Donald Trump showing up on Tim Pool's podcast. And I say, hey, right now, I would probably vote for Donald Trump. Here's the things about Tim Pool's podcast or Donald Trump's appearance. They said, I like those things. Here's a couple things that I think were hypocritical. Here's what he did during the lockdowns. Here's some video information of the proof of what he was doing, how I think it's not the same thing of what his recollection is. This is why I don't think he was a good president. Here's why I think he would be a good president. But now, after all this, I'm 100% all in. Like, I don't have a MAGA hat here, but at this point in time, if more stuff happens, I think that I would actually be like fully on board with the train, and it's almost like because the Democrats pushed me into it, because I realized if they are that afraid of this man, they must have some pretty nefarious plans in order against just being a America First American, not a Republican, not a conservative, not even a moderate, just a American. This is what it's coming down to. So thank you for that super chat, Eric Heffelinger, and also to Shaky Hands Workshop for the super chat saying, you should upgrade from selling tinfoil beanies to tinfoil blankets for the really conspiracy folks. I mean, the tinfoil beanie is just because you need to protect your head from the government rays. I think that's what this is about. So maybe not the tinfoil blanket, but I appreciate the super chat, and also thank you, Maybe Sunshine, for being the moderator in all these trying times. So, Carrie K saying, post a P.O. box address to your profile and I'll send you a MAGA hat. I have 4 of them. I think that the MAGA hat not necessarily is about wearing it. I think it's also about donating to Trump. Like the merchandise on my store, it's not necessarily about like you want to wear a Bay State shirt because it looks so cool. I think it's about equal parts supporting me in the channel and also being able to wear something that nobody on the surface level, like if you don't watch Decoy Voice, you probably wouldn't know what it is, but if you're in public, there's like 500,000 of you guys now. If you're in public and you see somebody else wearing a Bay State shirt, you know, oh shit, you got yourself a based education. You're one of those Decoy Voice listeners. So yeah, that's what I think it's about. Yes, thank you, Rump State Fiasco, saying like the video if you like the video. I appreciate that. But back to this insane thing where I don't think I've ever seen somebody getting guilty on all counts unless these people were genuinely afraid of being hunted down as the jury. Because to my understanding, you had 2 people on this jury. There were attorneys. That in deep blue New York City, you can't be a conservative attorney. Maybe in the very, very down low you can be. But people were saying, oh, if they don't convict Trump, their careers are over. And they said, oh no, like they don't know who they are. They're anonymous people. But it's like, no, their law firms know who they are. Their law firms know exactly when they requested time off, how long they've been away from work. They know that those are the jurors for the Trump trial. So certain people were afraid for their jobs. It's crazy. Thank you, Forbidden Tuna, for the super chat, saying, where is the line in the sand? Let's say they put Trump in jail and take the election. Do we just accept it like we've been for the past 4 years? I think states will start to secede. Again, I don't think there's a revolution, people marching in, red coats with muskets and, going to battle with their neighbors. I don't think that's what it comes down to. I think states start to secede. Like Tim Cass was talking about how you don't just, as the Texas Attorney General, you don't sit back and watch New York City and their insane far-left progressive like echo chamber say, you know what, we don't like Trump. We're either paid by the Soros Foundation or we are so far up our own asses in this social media echo chamber that we think he's a bad man despite all this unaffordable shit around us. Texas, Florida, they don't sit back and just watch New York City determine who becomes the leader of the election, because then nobody... What happens when just Texas says, hey, that laptop was pretty bad, we're going to throw Biden in jail too? Like, we can't let one small court in one random city in the country determine the elections for it. So I think that's the line in the sand. I think the legal way is the way to do it, and also the gloves have to come off, because... Let's be clear, Donald Trump won the election in 2020. He campaigned about throwing her in jail. But once he got in office, he was like, no, you don't do that. Presidents, they don't lock up their political rivals. That's Banana Republic. He didn't do it. I'm sorry right now. Any Republican that's worth their salt, which there aren't very many, they have to start going into this too. Not with muskets in the street. We're not going hot conflict whatsoever. It's legal. It's secession. It's just very, very civilized, because the other side cannot be. So thank you for that,
5,
Forbidden Tuna.
4,
and also
3,
thank you,
2,
No, with the, what is it? I know what kind of dog that is. I don't think it's a pit bull, because it's white. Are there white pit bulls? I forget. Thank you, No, for the super chat, saying, just came from Truth Social, made my first ever donation to President Trump. There's so many people making first-time donations to Trump. And then Carrie K says, awesome, thank you. And that's what I'm saying, is it always backfires. They know it backfires for them massively. And this is your first super chat on this channel, so you're actually saying something on this channel. This is going to have 4,000 concurrent viewers. We'll probably get 30,000 views overall. Seeing your super chat, talking about you going on this social media platform that's not the mainstream, giving your first-time donation to Trump, to me, it's going to trigger a domino effect, and it's already backfired. Then the 34 counts of guilty verdict, that's why you know they're not going to stop with just the guilty verdict. They're not just...
Watch your step.
They're not just going to stop with the guilty verdict. They're going to have to throw him in jail to stifle his election, his campaign, because it's already not working right now. So yes, everybody, thank you, Gauss3D, saying, guys, stay safe. I think that's what it comes down to. Stay safe. Things are about to get spicy because I've never seen anything quite like this. Because Donald Trump went to his Truth Social and said, in all caps, my civil rights have been totally violated with this highly political, unconstitutional, and election interfering witch hunt. Our failing nation is being laughed at all over the world. And it's being laughed at all over the world, but also in this country already, because we just, if anybody knows anything about the charges, they're basically always just,
watch your step.
I don't want to say chumped up because that's not the right word, but all the charges are usually BS. In every single state, they're just there to capture him in an area, put gag orders on him so he can't talk, stifle his election, his campaign efforts. That's what it is, and now they've won a case in the Banana Republic because he actually came out after the jury came out with a unanimous guilty verdict and made his first statement. Are you really going to jail is what they're saying.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt.
Oh, and one thing before this, he had said earlier, not even Mother Teresa could beat these charges. I 1,000,000% agree with him. Nobody could beat those charges, especially when there's so much bad press about Trump. The directions to the jury, well, actually we're going to get to the directions of the jury a little bit later. It's absolute insanity how much they weighed this against him and how much those jurors, just like with the Chauvin trial, where they're supposed to be anonymous, but they were also being threatened on the back end. They know if they were the one juror that didn't say convict him, they were going to be personally attacked. That's not the way our justice system should work. Justice system should work, but that's how it was going down, and they all think, you know what, we just gotta pump this. I can't be the guy to say, to save America. They all don't want it on their shoulders. They just want the next person to take care of it for them and just save their own behind. And it's truly sad that that's what it's down to right now. Thank you very much to Drylist for the superhuman super chat saying, it's gonna be Big Mike. Democrats know Joe doesn't stand a chance. There's a person that fits every ESG score. Watch, they will push it. I think they will push a Michelle Obama, Gavin Newsom ticket if Donald Trump is campaigning. If he's out there running and going against Joe Biden, especially in a debate setting, they know they cannot beat a Donald Trump. They will take Biden out. Mystery illness, he'll have to bow out, spend some time with his family and his German Shepherds that keep on biting Secret Service officers. They will make him bow out, run a very popular Michelle Obama, run a very political Gavin Newsom that's hated pretty much universally in California. But, yes, they will run her if they can't throw Trump in prison. And also, I think Tim Cass was talking about how they're gonna have no, it wasn't Kristi Noem. Who was Kristi Noem? It was a Kristi Noem. I forget. She's so irrelevant. I cover politics all day, 7 days a week, and I don't even remember her name. But the other Republican candidate that was just getting stomped on everywhere. I'm sure chat will let me know.
What lies ahead is a sacred Nikki
Haley. Yeah, why was I saying Kristi Noem? It's Nikki Haley. Thank you. They're gonna run a Nikki Haley because Trump couldn't take it, and Joe Biden will stop over Nikki Haley. And if Nikki Haley wins the presidency anyway, it's basically going to be another Joe Biden presidency. That's how it goes down. So they will probably replace it, just like Drylist said. I have no confidence in this system, just because the Democrats are used to having the establishment pick the presidential candidate for them. They all wanted a Bernie Sanders. They got a Hillary Clinton. They all wanted a Tulsi Gabbard. They got a Joe Biden. The Democrat voters, liberals, are used to being cheated out of who they want to be the Democrat nominee. Republicans aren't quite used to that. That's why we believe whatever is told to them. They don't know a single thing about the trial, but they know Trump's a bad guy because they've been inundated with him enough. When they say, oh, he was arrested, they think it's good. I'm sure your mother can't afford near as many things as she could during Donald Trump's presidency, during Joe Biden's presidency, and yet she's sitting there clapping at the idea that if she's your mother, so if she has you, other military-aged males, they may be drafted to go die in some overseas war, laughing and clapping about that. The idea that if she liked going out to restaurants 3 times a week, laughing and clapping at the idea that she's probably not going to be able to afford to go to it once a month in the near future because we got to send so much money overseas. If she enjoys the safety of walking around her neighborhood unattended by a large male that she knows or with her 2A rights, she's no longer going to be able to have that if her streets are overrun like what you see over in Paris, France, or London in the UK. All these safeties that are given to them by the goodwill of strong conservative leadership around them is all going to be sacrificed if they throw in jail anybody that's going to bring in strong conservative law and order. America First policies. They're laughing and clapping at their own demise because they're too uninformed, low information to realize. Donald Trump once said, they're not going after me, they're going after you. I'm just in the way, and they're just taking Trump out of the way right now. So thank you for that, Red Mage 420. I don't mean to go at your mother so hard. I've seen it a lot where people laugh and clap at the idea that, oh, they finally got Trump, not knowing that he was the only thing standing in your way from wide open borders, endless wars overseas, and your dollar becoming as useful as the peso. Thank you to John DeBunny for the super huge super chat saying, skibbity on the wall, who's the most Sigma of them all? Donald Trump, of course. Biden doesn't like skibbity toilets, has no riz, and has negative aura. It's over him. Trump mogs. I've never felt older in my life. I don't know what the hell that was right there. But the idea that even the younger generation kind of knows right now how bad a Biden presidency is, how bad it's becoming, and how it's no longer cool and hip to be into Joe Biden. It's almost being like how me, a millennial, sees boomers like, oh my god, okay, boomer, like you're being lame, like, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. The cool kids like this stuff or whatever. Now the cool kids are like, no, you guys think being a Democrat and like voting Biden is cool. The kids know better. It's just this weird social media Facebook meme to say I like Joe Biden. Thank you, Jay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Big M for the super chat saying keep preaching. Really appreciate that. And it's also a super huge super chat, and you've been on the Decoy Squad for over 6 months, so I really appreciate that. But yes, back to the rest of Biden's speech because we got a little bit sidetracked with my rant.
Nevosaurus back, DA, and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration.
And keep a note that during Trump's criminal trial in New York City, the Biden-Harris campaign, not the Biden campaign, the Biden-Harris campaign, for whatever reason, they decided to go to his trial outside of when they were deliberating the verdict. They decided to campaign outside it. So they know this is a political move. They wouldn't be campaigning outside of it unless it was a political move. And yet, that's what they're doing. They're weaponizing the Justice Department. And you gotta understand is, Joe Biden openly talks to people like the social media influencers that he pays off, that the Democrats pay off, saying, what happens when Trump wins? And he weaponizes the Justice Department against his political enemies. Like, that's what they're doing right now, and we're seeing it happen in real time.
In order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent, and I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win. Because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now. From prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists. And they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one. With a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you.
The one thing I would say is, Isn't this the judge that had a significant other, like their wife was like an anti-Trump person donating to the Democrats and being outwardly spoken against Trump? That judge should have been recused from the case. And the sad part is, he's under so many different BS cases in different states and different cities that I don't even know if it's the New York City one. Okay, yeah, so Chris Ledite, Gerald, and Drew saying it was the daughter. The daughter has a business working with the Democrats from Metalbeard. And that doesn't show you that they have a conflict of interest. This is just a political target on him. It's insane to see how bad the country is going.
Very much.
Why should voters vote for a convicted felon?
And they say, why should voters vote for a convicted felon? Because he represents America's interests. Him being convicted felon, honestly, I just want to make a t-shirt that says convict, like, you know, when they say like Biden, Harris, or Trump, Pence, I want to just have a shirt that says convicted felon 2020 with an American flag with a like a bald eagle on fire. That's what I want. I want that bumper sticker, convicted felon 2024. Let's go. I'm sure a lot of you guys in the chat will probably even buy that because
the guardian of the seed will never relent. They will die to keep
I don't care if you're a convicted felon. Like, I don't care if you get a title of being a racist if the whole system of classifying a racist is broken. Oh, you
are within the verdant matrix. A series of document that order the dream.
like sleep? Did you know that if you like sleep, you are indeed a racist? Because that's what these news outlets are publishing right now. Sleep is racist because certain disadvantaged communities don't get enough sleep. So if you like sleep, that makes you a white supremacist. So, okay, yeah. So I don't care if someone labels you a bigot for liking sleep because the whole system's fucked up. And right now you're seeing this. I don't care if Donald Trump's a felon because the whole system is effed up. And I hate everything about this.
Are you gonna drop out?
Are you gonna drop out? People shouldn't vote for a convicted felon. He should drop out because he's in banana cord right now. This is just what they
must be eradicated.
They want.
You believe in the rule of law? You trust the jury?
It's crazy times right now because, oh yeah, I just pulled that up earlier. Crazy times because, you know, the DA Alvin Bragg, the district attorney over there is saying, hey,
5,
the jury
4,
did their
3, 2, 1.
You
Good
do
job.
not belong.
Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor.
Facts are law without fear or favor. What about all the people being attacked and pushed on subway train cars in New York City? What about all the violence happening? What about all the burglaries? What about all the robberies? What about all the migrants that are out there being forced to sell their bodies on the street? They're not doing it on their own accord. There's somebody that is selling them on the streets. What about all those people? No. They're not going to be biased. They're not going to pick and choose that they go for. He's not going to pick and choose who he downgrades felony charges to misdemeanors. No, he's only going to go after one person, and he's going to say, I'm not
Stay away from lines.
And that's exactly what we did here. What I feel is gratitude to work alongside phenomenal public servants who do that each and every day.
And the sad part is he's going to get promoted off this. They're going to promote him because
Watch your step.
that's what they just want this. DEI doing the Democrats' dirty work. He's going to get a large position in the Biden, probably the Obama Newsom administration.
It matters that you all write about and make the press, and then lots of matters that you don't. I did my job. We did our job. Many voices out there. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury is full.
Shockwave. So we're gonna loop back around to the voice of the jury because they had very, very confusing guidelines. But here you go. Here it is. Here's AOC basically just admitting right now that it wasn't about the case. This is the trial. It's about distracting Donald Trump.
And by the way, he's doing it in the South Bronx not to make a point.
Because he was out there campaigning in the South Bronx, having a larger audience of people that actually support him in New York City. It's crazy, but they're saying he's campaigning in the Bronx because...
But because he's got court, and the man practically has the legal version of an ankle bracelet around him, and he can't leave the 5 boroughs because he always has to be in court. And so it is truly an embarrassment.
It's an embarrassment to a country saying, hey, he has to campaign in deep blue Bronx because he's the Republican candidate, because he has the ankle bracelet on his foot, because he has to be in New York City for trial all the time. Can't go see his son graduate. He can't go to, I think there's a funeral involved too. Can't do all that because he has an ankle bracelet on him. Can't leave the counties, and they're bragging about essentially election interference. And the thing is, like Grasslands G says, wow, she's saying it out loud. You're so stupid to sit there and admit the idea that you guys are interfering with his campaign. You're trying to make this some big slam dunk. Oh my god, how ridiculous is it that he can't even go off and fly around to the different states he needs to campaign in the battleground states? No, it's because you guys are cheating. And now we know it because you admit it. And this is all they want. Politico saying, Trump is now a convicted felon. He was found guilty on a hush money trial, a historic first for a former president. Yeah, Donald Trump could have done the same thing to Clinton, but he didn't, because we don't live in a banana republic. But now we do. Now the gloves are off. Unless they throw this man in prison for a very long period of time, he's going to win the presidency, and he's going to put the targets on everybody that was going after him. I think a lot of people may not be sentenced to prison, but will be in these very long, drawn-out court cases like he was subjected to. And why'd they do it? Because they just want to say, Trump is a convicted felon. T-shirts, convicted felon 2024. They think it's it's gonna backfire on them like it always does. Because you see this over here, this reporter talking about how fair the trial was in the courtroom. And mind you, in New York, not in New York City, in any trial, when you're in a jury, they pull you aside, you guys are gonna deliberate in the other room. They typically give you like 13 pages of directions to go through. 13 pages saying, double spaced, this is what you need to decide. 13 pages, you have it in your hands. This is what they told the jurors for Trump's case.
I got it. These are the instructions that the jury has to follow in Donald Trump's hush money trial before they can reach a verdict. 53 pages. This is complicated. This is lengthy stuff. It took the judge over an hour to read it, but guess what? The jury doesn't get this in the room during deliberations. They have to write questions, they can write notes, but they don't get these instructions. In New York, both parties have to agree and the judge has to agree. And in this case, it didn't happen. They don't have this in the room right now.
So they told them, here's a very, very complicated thing. Most people don't have the attention span to listen to something for longer than an hour. I'm sure most of you guys will pop in and pop out and watch most of the live stream, but not all of it. It's the same topic. Most people can't pay attention for something for an hour, let alone recollect it. Good God. Most people can't pronounce the word recollect it. But the idea is they can't go to a separate room and remember what you said over the last hour, over the last week of all this very complicated legalese. You go over there, you can't have the papers in front of you. You have to write notes and say, give it back to me and tell me what that was. This is not a fair trial. It was the most confusing thing possible, and they kept on doing it in every facet imaginable. Thank you, Kid Tristan, for the super huge super chat saying, corrupt trial today, stripping your rights tomorrow, and they'll say it's for your best interest. This, the border...
Completely underwhelming on, and not much more to say about it.
College indoctrination, this is scary. A dangerous, slippery slope. Long-time watcher, decoy, much love. Appreciate you being around for a long time, but it's crazy that these are dire circumstances where the trial, obviously corrupt. They couldn't have the instructions in front of them. They had to trickle it down to them and likely reinterpreted it in a way that would be disadvantageous to Trump. But why? Why couldn't they just give them simple to read, simple to understand instructions? Why couldn't they come into the room with them? Because it was just there to be biased against him. Because this right here is what I would say would be the smoking gun of how this was, how this was directed against him, where he wasn't going to be able to win this case whatsoever. This is insane. Never standing in court cases, but here we are.
Well, let me ask you about the three choices. And one thing in particular that this judge said that these jurors could do. He just delivered what is being called really the pinnacle of all of this. He said that there is no need to agree on what has occurred. They can disagree on what the crime was among the three choices. Thus, this means that they could split 4-4-4 and the judge would still treat them unanimously. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, it's really outrageous because in a normal criminal case, every statutory crime has what we call elements of the offense.
Yes.
Like in a bank robbery case, it's, you know, you have to rob, it's got to be a financial institution, you have to show intent. Those are the things the jury has to agree on unanimously that they were proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, what we're doing is taking the element that actually makes this a felony, because remember, falsification of records is normally a misdemeanor in New York. What makes it a felony is that you're concealing or committing another crime. And here the judge is telling them they don't have to agree about what the other crime is under circumstances where that not only is what makes this a felony, what makes it a 4-year potential prison penalty rather than a year or less, but it's also what gets us into the courtroom, because if this had been a misdemeanor, the time to bring this case would have lapsed in 2019. So the only reason they're still able to bring this case is because it's a felony, allegedly, and yet now the judge is saying, you know, you don't have to agree on what the felony is.
And I've heard from some other people saying that they don't even have to say that it's something that he's being charged with. If they thought he was guilty of something else, we're now counting it as a guilty verdict. Very scary times indeed. Thank you, Corey Sachs, for the super huge super chats. Oh, crap. Saying, hey, Lord Decoy, been a minute since last shout out. I'm really interested in your opinion on how we think we're actually fair if somehow Trump can't get in this election. P.S. Decoy voice, Bond Drifter, Sub-Zero. Okay, appreciate that. I honestly think secession. I think states will start to secede. I think I said earlier in the show, I think what Tim Cass was saying, or Tim Pool was saying, about how places like Texas, they need to start to sue New York City and say, New York City, they cannot just by themselves decide who gets to run for president by having some banana republic court case against him and say, okay, yeah, now you can't run, you're going to be in jail, you can't accept the Republican National Convention nominee for president. We are going to give you a, I keep on saying Kristi Noem. It's not Kristi Noem, it's not Kristi Noem. God damn, I always forget her name. She's so irrelevant. The person that just loves war, and she was actually signing missiles to go be sent over the Middle East. It's insane. I always forget it. But yeah, I think states will start to secede. I think states will start to sue New York City, start to sue each other. I think the Republic will start to crumble, and then what all these liberals don't understand is like, oh yes, if you get rid of Republicans and Republican states, you don't end up with a liberal world. You'll end up with superpowers like China or Russia taking over the rest of the world. Like the superpower of China, it still has made gay marriage illegal. A superpower like Russia, that I believe they even classify changing your gender as a mental illness. Like, do they want Russia and China to win because the US is the only ones that are standing in the way of that? Does the US do bad things? Of course it does. But I'd rather have the US at the helm than a China or a Russia. And the idea that they also think, oh, if they open the borders and let all these people in, that it's going to be a very progressive, liberal, LGBTQ-friendly society. It's like, no, we're bringing in all these people from very, very backwards religious nations, and they will stone these people until they're no longer alive. They're going to be the extinction of their own movement, and they're too dumb to notice it. So thank you very much to Corey Sachs for the super chat. Thank you, Corey Sachs, for joining the Decoy Elite. I really appreciate that. And also Bite Deity for the super huge super chat, saying, the USA is now a technocratic banana republic, built on social prestige instead of actual ideas. I love that. All of this is built on social prestige, where America, we would never do banana republic stuff. We would never have an unfair trial. No, it's on social prestige. It's built on the name that it used to be something great. I've worked for plenty of companies that were terrible, but because they had brand name recognition, they got away with a lot of stupid stuff because people still wanted to be wanted to be a customer of that business because once upon a time they were great. So yes, social prestige, I love that. They say peer review is long gone, rotten to the core. Yeah, you can buy scientific papers, you can buy influence, like it's all gone. Once they realize a dollar isn't the dollar anymore, it's going down the drain. So it's getting bad. Thank you very much, Corey Sachs, for gifting a Decoy Voice membership. But I mean, back to the case, it's getting pretty bad because yes, this ruling with the whole, you don't have to agree on the same felony charges. You just have to say he was guilty of something, and I will say a 4-4-4 split if you guys don't agree on it, but you also think he's guilty of something, not even something he's guilty of. I'm going to say this is a guilty verdict. That's Banana Republic. You can't do that. It's going to get thrown out in the Court of Appeals, but this is the appeals court. I somehow doubt if all these people got appointed to their position because of deep blue policies, they're not going to sit back and in their own careers and say, let's go ahead and overturn that case. It's not going to happen, and it's Banana Republic at this point in time. Thank you, Brandon Lewis, for the super huge super chat saying, hey Decoy, I meet a lot of senior people throughout my day, and almost all of them say the same thing about him. Do you think the push to take control of TikTok will be the accelerated start of more conditioning? I think the push to take control of TikTok is because not necessarily they're getting rid of TikTok, it's because they're able to say, hey look, if this social media outlet has too much outside influence, we can go ahead and shut it down. So they're gonna say the same rules we use to get rid of TikTok, we're gonna get rid of X.com, we're gonna get rid of Twitter because they have too much outside influence and they're saying misinformation. Of course we have to censor them. You can only get your information through Meta, through Facebook and Instagram, because we pretty much control those things because Zuckerberg apparently bends the knee to whatever requests they give him.
Farewell.
It's more conditioning, but not through TikTok. It's just going to be cutting you off from the free flow of information, because let's be honest, without X, it wouldn't have pressured Facebook and TikTok to let more free information for more information to flow freely. And that is once you get rid of X, it's just going to be pretty much China, North Korea, entire government control of what information we hear, all in the name of combating misinformation. So thank you, Brandon Lewis, and also thank you again to LPG12338 for the super huge super chat saying, I put my faith in Cheddar the Cat. He will lead us to a perfect outcome. I mean, I need to find the picture of him. I brushed, he has orange hair or fur, so I brushed it and made him a little flat.
Yeah. It's funny.
What does the verdict do here in Michigan? We're one of course, the key battleground states Mr. Trump is looking to pick up in November, and what happens next in court. What does the verdict do here in Michigan? We're one of course,
While we're all waiting for the Trump verdict, no one is watching the case closer than the Clown News Network, which has a jury deliberation clock on the screen, counting down the number of hours and minutes the jury has been deliberating. And the longer they're in deliberation, the better the chances are for Trump that he may get a hung jury. Pretty unlikely that he'll get an acquittal, so the best that we could pray for, and a significant chance that it may happen, is a holdout juror, or maybe two, who aren't going along with this scam. Of course, we could get a decision today or tomorrow, but if they come back and say that they're a hung jury, the odds are that the judge is initially going to reject that decision and send them back to the deliberation room. So they could be there all weekend or even into next week as they try to pressure the one possible or maybe even several holdouts into going along with the scam. Despite all the propaganda and all the gaslighting for the last 8 years about how Donald Trump is an obvious criminal and a mafia boss and he's going to prison, everybody knows that these cases, particularly this case, after hearing the imaginary supposed evidence, is weak.
Look, I think that it's very likely this is the only trial that we are going to get before Election Day. And this case is not a slam dunk, which means that Donald Trump may very well not be convicted.
Well, that's what we're praying for, and that's what the judge is extremely concerned about. So he issued some very odd instructions to the jury, saying that they don't even need to unanimously agree on the alleged predicate crime that Donald Trump supposedly committed in order to convict, because they would have zero case if they weren't allowed to come up with this crazy, convoluted theory about how the alleged misclassification of the payment to Sloppy Daniels that they claimed Donald Trump knew about was to cover up another alleged crime, election interference, instead of protecting his family and, having his wife hear about this terrible, salacious news. So now they don't even need to come to a unanimous agreement on what he supposedly did, as long as they all agree that he did something wrong. Which prompted MSNBC legal analyst Andrew Weissman, one of the lead persecutors of the Mueller hoax, to say this.
As you've noted, with respect to Judge Marchand, I mean, I am like now, I have like a man crush on him. He is such a great judge that it's hard to see that the jurors wouldn't have the same impression. I mean, you just keep on thinking, if you looked in a dictionary for like judicial temperament, that's what you get.
Okay, Mr. Weaselman, we don't need to hear about your personal life. It's already quite evident by the sound of your voice. But speaking of MSNBC, something fun happened yesterday, which involved Joy Reid, thanks to Real America Voice host Ben Bergquam, who happened to run into her outside of the trial.
Joy, just wondering, do you think people with Trump derangement syndrome know they have it?
You're an idiot.
And second question, did you steal Trump's haircut? Or did he steal yours? Cultural appropriation haircut right there.
She certainly did. There is an odd similarity, you got to admit.
No. Where white evangelicals are overrepresented in the Republican electorate.
We all know that this whole thing is fake, but even MSNBC couldn't help but admit that the key closing arguments of the prosecution was an imaginary reenactment of an allegation that came from admitted and obvious liar Michael Cohen.
The prosecutor acted out for the jury a phone call between Michael Cohen and Donald Trump.
An alleged phone call, a imaginary phone call.
A phone call as it could have happened. This is an important phone call because the defense had sort of hung a big part of its case on the idea that Michael Cohen, was lying about a phone call that he said he had with Donald Trump about Stormy Daniels.
Yes, because the phone records clearly show that he was texting about and talking about some prank phone calls that he was receiving after he got doxxed. And he was not making a phone call to talk to Donald Trump about the Sloppy Daniels cover-up. So then the prosecution concocted a tall tale saying that, okay, so the phone call wasn't actually to Donald Trump. The phone call was to somebody else, and it was about Michael Cohen complaining about getting prank phone calls. But then, after he was done talking about that, on that same brief phone call, he decided to change the subject and have the person hand the phone over to Donald Trump, where he then schemed and plotted to commit this Sloppy Daniels cover-up.
Because that phone call was very short. That phone call was only, I believe, 1 minute and 36 seconds long. Cohen also in that time says he spoke to Trump's bodyguard. He had to speak to Trump's bodyguard, Keith Schiller, and say, hey, will you put Trump on? And then he spoke with Trump about Stormy Daniels. The defense claimed that if it was only 1 minute and 36 seconds, that just wasn't enough time for Cohen to have had any substantive discussion with Trump about Stormy Daniels and about this alleged hush money plot.
And it's completely ridiculous that he just magically omitted the initial reason for the phone call and then only later remembered, oh yeah, well, first I was talking to the bodyguard about getting the prank phone calls. Then I decided that I needed to tell Trump about the Sloppy Daniels payment. I'll spare you from having to listen to Richard Maddow anymore, but what he goes on to say is that the prosecutor literally pretended to be on the phone and spoke out loud, acting as Michael Cohen, and then reenacting the imaginary phone call to the bodyguard and then just making stuff up about what Michael Cohen allegedly said to Trump and what Trump allegedly said back about the cover-up. Even the clowns on CNN were laughing at how absurd this was.
And when he timed it, it was 49 seconds, which is way less than the 96 seconds of the actual
I was
call.
very surprised that this was allowed to happen because I felt like he kind of injected hypothetical things that did not actually happen into the minds of the jury. That's kind of amazing.
Look at them. They all know that this is absolutely ridiculous. And even if Donald Trump gets convicted, it's only going to backfire on them. And because they've been saying that Donald Trump has been acting like a mob boss, and talking like a mob boss, that's why they don't have any direct statements or communications of him directing Michael Cohen to break the law, because Michael Cohen just knew what the boss wanted and he did whatever it took to please him. We might as well start calling ourselves the MAGA Mafia. And of course, I have a new MAGA Mafia shirt, official member since 2016, available from my online store at markdice.com, or click the link in the description below. And if you heard the uproar over Justice Alito flying an American flag upside down at his house after the 2020 election, which is just a symbol of America being in distress, and then another flag being photographed at his vacation home, the An Appeal to Heaven flag, then you may be interested in an Appeal to Heaven shirt, which also is available at markdice.com, or click the link in the description below and check them out.
Come here!
Call me baby right now.
I don't care, Tom. You come here.
I ain't done nothing wrong.
Drop the bat!
A neighbor complained that their grass was harmed by Mr. Yearald's four-wheeler.
They're cutting down through there and going through her yard. There's the four-wheeler. Quit driving it through their yard, man.
Whose yard?
The neighbors. We see the
I
tracks.
haven't been down through the yard. This is my yard.
They didn't do any research to see where the property boundaries were. They didn't get a warrant.
Get off my
I'll take your four-wheeler. Yep, come on, come to the door. You're going to jail. Let's go.
Y'all are on my land.
Come on, come on. You talk such a big game. Come on, let's go.
This is my house.
This is our city. Come on.
They just came to his house, went onto his property, ignored his property rights, ignored his constitutional rights, came in his house illegally in violation of the Fourth Amendment, and then shot him inside his home, and did not film it on body cam. Now here is some brand new body cam footage from a police shooting from 2022. A federal lawsuit was recently filed, and the body cam footage was released to the local media from the plaintiff's lawyers. If you've watched many of my videos, you will immediately see what the police did wrong here. Besides shoot the guy, what is the constitutional issue that you're seeing in this body cam footage? You don't even need to wait all the way to the end. As soon as you see it, post it in the comments. I really would like to see that we're accomplishing something here. That even though cops can't grasp the Fourth Amendment, that the people on YouTube do. A man named Barry Yearout was shot and killed by the Princeton police in April of 2022. Officers had responded to a home on North 5th Street in Princeton after a neighbor had complained that Mr. Yearout had caused property damage to their yard with his ATV.
They're cutting down through there and going through our yard. There's the four-wheeler.
Now, the lawsuit says that the officers involved had ill feelings towards Mr. Yearout for negative posts that he had made on social media about local law enforcement. The body cam footage shows that when the cops arrive at the scene, Mr. Yearout is talking to them from inside his house, and he's talking or yelling through the window at them, and they're outside sort of in his yard. They're basically in his yard conducting an investigation. He's clearly aggravated with them. He doesn't want them there, and he's expressing that.
No, quit driving it through their yard, man.
Whose yard?
The neighbors. We see the
I
tracks.
haven't been down through the yard. This is my yard. That's my hill.
Not the back end of
There's
the...
an alley. Off and get out of my land. Get off my
I'll
land.
take your four-wheeler. Go ahead and call a tow truck. I'm taking your
You
four-wheeler.
took my
Ten control.
you up.
Do something about this. I'm gonna take it.
Boy, come on.
220.
Just so that we're all on the same page here, officers are called out to a property damage call, which would be a misdemeanor. ATV driving through a neighbor's yard. When they get there, that is no longer occurring if it did occur. Mr. Yearout is inside his house. He's not running around on an ATV. He's within the most constitutionally protected place on the earth under the Fourth Amendment. He's inside his home, his castle. There is no arrest warrant. There is no search warrant, just a call from a neighbor. And then Mr. Yearout is communicating with the officers through his window. He tells them to leave.
Get off my land. There ain't been nobody's done nothing. You pulled your weapon at me.
Yep, come on, come to the door. You're going to jail. Let's go.
Y'all are on my land.
Come on, come on. You talk such a big game. Come on, let's go.
This is my house.
This is our city.
From inside his house, or maybe that is a second-story balcony. At that point, I'm not sure. Mr. Yearout says, "This is my house. Get off my property." And one of the police officers can be heard saying, "Well, this is our effing city."
You talk such a big game. Come on, let's go.
This is my house.
This is our city.
Do you immediately recognize the problem here? Supreme Court jurisprudence extends heightened Fourth Amendment protections for your home, but not just the interior of the home itself, but also the curtilage of the home, which is the land immediately surrounding and associated with the home, because curtilage is considered part of the home itself for Fourth Amendment purposes. Oliver versus United States, U.S. Supreme Court, 1984. And the Fourth Circuit, where this happened, has made clear that a warrantless search of curtilage is presumed under the law to be unreasonable and therefore unconstitutional under the Fourth Amendment. That's Covey versus Assessor of Ohio County, Fourth Circuit, 2015. It's basically a trespass-based analytical framework where a search occurs when the government, without a warrant, obtains information by physically intruding within the curtilage of a house. So a search occurs unless a homeowner has explicitly or implicitly sanction the government's physical intrusion into the constitutionally protected area, which Mr. Yearout clearly has not done here. The Fourth Circuit, again, where this occurred, where this is controlling law, made clear as early as 2001 that police officers will not be entitled to qualified immunity for failing to comprehend that police officers have no right to enter upon curtilage to make an investigation based on reasonable suspicion, like they're doing here. Rather, they're just limited to engaging in a knock and talk, which is not what this is. That's Rogers versus Pendleton, Fourth Circuit, 2001. Additionally, the Fourth Circuit has made clear that searches of the curtilage require probable cause, even without regard to the law of trespass. So all these officers are able to do under the situation, constitutionally speaking, is to either go get a warrant or they can engage in a knock and talk, which is an exception to the warrant requirement. A police officer who does not have a warrant, all he can do is approach a home and knock, precisely because that's no more than any other private citizen may do. Critically, however, the right to knock and talk does not entail a right to conduct a general investigation of the home's curtilage, which is what these officers film themselves doing here. But you ask, police officers end up going into people's homes and shooting them all the time and they don't get in trouble for it, right? Well, there's a huge exception to the default constitutional presumption that many times applies, and that's called exigent circumstances. Basically, if it's an emergency type situation, if the cops are called there because there's some sort of emergency happening in a house, they don't have to get a warrant first, they can go in the house. Or if they observe some sort of exigency, they can go into the house then. But that doesn't apply here. A part of the lawsuit, at least the amended version that I have, it has a copy of the deposition transcript from the guy who ultimately went inside the house and shot Mr. Yearout. And he was asked explicitly whether he thought there was an exigency, and he said no. The lawyer asked, "There were no exigent circumstances in this case, correct?" His answer, correct. So there's no claim here to there being any exigent circumstances. Therefore, a warrant was definitely required, or consent, which clearly did not exist here. So despite not having a warrant, Officer Sievert just decides that he's going to make a warrantless arrest of Mr. Yearout, and he proceeds to go inside his house to arrest the man. A woman tries to stop him and says, "Don't come in." He basically pushes her out of the way, and he goes in anyways.
You're not coming in. You're not coming in.
Come on, rest her. Yes, sir. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Quit.
What are you
Quit.
doing?
Quit. Put your hands behind your back. Quit.
What?
Quit. You're making it worse.
Once inside, Mr. Yearout is heard ordering the police to leave his house and warning them that he's making a call. Then the Officer Sievert, tells Yearout, who's not visible on camera, to, quote, drop the bat before firing shots.
You're not touching me, quit.
Barry, come here! Get out of the house! Come here! I'm telling you! Come here! Call me baby right now! I don't care, Tom. You come here! I ain't done nothing wrong! Drop the bat! Get out of my house! Drop the bat! Barry, get down!
Princeton police officials said Mr. Yearout allegedly charged at the officer with an aluminum baseball bat and that the officer discharged his weapon. However, you can't watch the shooter's body cam footage because despite there being a policy with the Princeton Police Department that he was supposed to wear a body cam and it was supposed to be on and recording what was to happen, he wasn't wearing it. There is no footage from the officer who fired the shots. So we can't see. I just did several videos on when the police can shoot you when they're at your door. So I'm not going to go through all of that again, but it may not even make a difference here because where the shooting takes place is after the officer already illegally entered the home. And it appears that he rounds the corner and he's not legally where he's supposed to be. So while police officers under certain circumstances can use force, including deadly force, to seize somebody in order to arrest them, here there was no lawful justification to seize Mr. Yearout in the first place. That means that no force was authorized under the Fourth Amendment to seize Mr. Yearout. So it doesn't really matter whether it's excessive because 0% force was authorized under the Fourth Amendment. Now, if there was a warrant or if there were exigent circumstances, would a reasonable officer have had probable cause to believe that his life or someone else's life was in danger because of this man with the bat when he rounded the corner? But again, I don't believe that it even makes a difference at this point because the officer Sievert at this point himself was an armed illegal invader, a burglar basically, inside this home. And apparently the plaintiff's lawyers have evidence that these particular officers were aware of who Mr. Uraut was and that they did not like him because of social media postings that he had made that were negative towards police. And they concocted basically a conspiracy to retaliate against him in some way. So perhaps when this four-wheeler complaint came in, now it's time to show him that he messed with the wrong people. As some of the cops were heard saying at the street cop conference in New Jersey, yeah, we're a gang. You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. So they show up at his home with guns. They go in without a warrant and end up killing him. And we can see them retaliating against his First Amendment rights there when they're on the property. When he's telling them to leave and get off his property, when he's cursing at them, they're saying, this is our city, this is our effing city. And then they bust down his door and they come in his house. Really not a whole lot different than gang activity. So to wrap this up, a neighbor complained that their grass was harmed by Mr. Uraut's four-wheeler. They didn't do any research to see where the property boundaries were. They didn't get a warrant. They just came to his house, went onto his property, ignored his property rights, ignored his constitutional rights, came in his house illegally in violation of the Fourth Amendment, and then shot him inside his home and did not film it on body cam. And I would imagine there were no criminal charges against any of these officers, including the one who basically murdered a guy. Because you mess with one of them, you mess with all of them, right? Including the ones like the state police who probably investigated this and cleared them of any wrongdoing. Yeah, the shooter is a criminal, but every other cop who was there and who helped cover this up and let him get away with it and escape accountability is even worse in my opinion. And if you want to help expose the truth and learn the truth, please subscribe both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
I kind of can't wait to hear what he says with his monologue after this. It will be something else. And he will be very funny tomorrow. Oh man. I'll can't wait to hear his take. What is times? All right, so
has come in guilty on all charges. I was hoping, 1 out of 12 people in New York City has to have some sort of sanity. I figured there would be a hung jury. Indeed, that was not the case. They found him guilty on all charges. There are a plethora of things to unwrap here. Don't worry about it. Number one, don't get blackpilled. This is automatically going to be appealed. Trump is not going to actually go to prison. It's all a scam, a ruse, really, to keep him off the campaign trail. It doesn't seem to be working. They've been doing this for months now, and he still is rising in the polls. So I don't expect this to really have a big impact on the election itself. Nonetheless, when people do something wrong, it's good to punish them. I call for a blockade of New York City, as in a physical blockade, as in slow down the traffic, stickering, things like that. Anything legal, I'm not calling for anything illegal, to slow things down, to wreck their economy, and punish the people of New York City for trying to hazard our republic. I think that that would be fair. It's also legal. Driving 5 miles an hour under the speed limit is not generally illegal in the United States. A bunch of truckers could get together. They tried to do that before for various reasons, and it had an impact, but a limited one. People in shipping. People could blockade the port there, of course. If you're idling outside of territorial waters, there's not a whole lot anyone can do about that. Nah, shit, my ship can't move. It's a big problem. Let New York City rot and let it wither on the vine to the point where its economy becomes non-functional and you no longer have a problem. We should punish New York City. Yes, the United States should punish one of its key cities, one of its major eastern ports, the largest city in the North American continent, I think. I think it's still got more people in it than Mexico City. We should punish it. They need to be taught a lesson. That being said, I'm not calling for any violence or anything like that. By the way, if you see any content creators calling for violence in the wake of this, despite the fact that on appeal it's going to be thrown to the side because of the obviously unconstitutional nature of the jury instructions and the fact that guilt doesn't even matter in the case, that's not even the fucking physical point, you should ignore them because it's probably coming from somebody who glows in the dark. It'll probably happen. There'll be somebody out there, well, the time has come to take up arms. I'm not going to do it, though. No, I'm going to sit at home. So you should probably ignore the people that are saying things like that.
May your feet find good
We don't need violence. We got the ballot box. Trump's more likely to win now because of the guilty verdict. If anything, this is actually his best outcome. That's the other part of the analysis. I mean, this trial is a sham. Most people know it. Literally the majority of the public understands that it was a sham. It couldn't be better for Donald Trump. If anything, being exonerated, I mean, that's helpful in the sense that if the trial goes away, you get to say, oh, you know, victory at last. Now I can go back to campaigning. That would be helpful. But getting a guilty verdict and an endless appeal makes it look more like persecution, especially because of the venue. If this had been the Florida case, so with Judge Cannon, with Jack Smith, which is on indefinite hold, not without good reason, that would be more damning. Okay, this happened in a state where he could get a fair trial. This happened in New York City. Was Trump able to get a fair trial? Apparently not, because they pretty much ignored existing established law in order to render the guilty verdict. And that's true. There is no precedent for the kind of charges that he's facing. So, no violence, but yeah, if you want to blockade New York City, I think that would be a good thing. By the way, yes, I do admit that I was wrong. I acknowledge that. I believed that there would be a hung jury because I thought 1 out of 12 people in New York City have to have some semblance of sanity left. I was wrong. I was wrong about New York City. If it had been San Francisco, I probably would have said, clearly it's going to be guilty. I figured at least somebody in New York City has a working mind, a couple of neurons to rub together. God damn, it's no wonder Trump left New York City. I think I would be leaving it too. The verdict has happened, and it's very damning. It's a dark day for our republic. It is May 30th, a day that will live in infamy. It's not going to impact, however, the actual election. I do not believe that this is going to stop Trump. They've thought that a dozen times before. You've already had the precedent-setting indictment, multiple indictments. That didn't stop him. You had Pissgate and Russiagate and all of these other gates as well. None of those stopped him. On the political front, pretty much everything remains normal. I expect this tilts things a little bit towards Trump, but otherwise has a fairly blunted impact as everyone's sort of already made up their minds on whether they gave a damn about the trial to begin with. Nonetheless, you will see it on front page. You already are, actually. The liberals will have their little, get together and they'll dance around and say, Orange Man bad, haha, we got him this time. In the end, it's not going to matter. It's coming from people who would never vote for Trump in the first place, so it doesn't make any difference. Oh, by the way, I'm still watching myself, and it's distracting me. I don't like to do that. Ego Mayhem. So wait, if Trump has been convicted of felonies, does that mean he can't vote for himself? Well, no, because he's not a Democrat. If he had a D after his name, he'd be eligible. Raider208 is now a monthly supporter. Thank you very much. BMW Guinness. What are the chances of Trump getting assassinated if he goes to prison? Could President Biden remove his Secret Service detail? To the latter, no, he cannot unilaterally do that, and very, very low, because he's not going to go to prison anyway. This will be appealed. Even if he were to get punished, like they do sentencing, there's no appeal or anything like that, which won't happen, he'd probably get house arrest or a fine. Then the liberals would be the ones up in arms. They'd be the ones complaining. Mahalo 321, I just donated $47 to Trump. Link at Gateway Pundit. The Digital Renegade Podcast, Trump is on suicide watch. I mean, he's so terrified. He's so concerned about this. Dude, he immediately makes a post on Truth Social and says, oh, yeah, onward to November, basically. He doesn't care. He's not going to go inside of a cell. Brain Biscuit, do you think this will cause a cascade of guilty verdicts in other cases, similar to how one indictment led to a cascade of other indictments? Hard to tell, because the Smith case is indefinitely on hold. 2 of the cases are just civil, so, I mean, it doesn't matter what happens with Letitia James or Jean Carroll or something like that. Those are meaningless. Fiscally not meaningless, not to somebody like you or me, but to Trump, the amounts in query are insignificant, especially with his Truth Social stock. Even when he liquidates it at 10%, he's still making, what, $200 million or something? I think he can pay his legal bills. I don't think that'll be a problem. And then you've got the Fulton case. The Fulton case is on bond at the moment. It's being reconsidered. Webster's Wares. Happy Verdict Day, Clankers. To celebrate the left being insane, we are offering 40% off site-wide using code InnocentTrump at websterswares.com. Never give up, never surrender. Exactly. The Copper Owl. Turn New York into Escape from New York, but worse. Much worse. Clem Semple. Can he campaign now until sentencing? He can do whatever he wants. It's just he has to occasionally attend court. Felix Fanboy Rico, Daddy Sticks, I'm sad. How could this happen? New Yorkers happened. Boycott New York. Do not buy any product from New York. Do not travel to New York. If you're around New York, slow down the traffic and starve that city until it falls into its own footprint. Drew McTighe, bonus bucks for Sticks. Alamandorius, hey Sticks, how long do you think it'll take for the appeals court to hear this? That's more difficult. Court dockets can take a very long time. That's the whole point. The whole point is to punt it and keep it going as long as possible. So Trump has to go physically to New York over and over again, and therefore on any given day, he might not be able to hit up Michigan or Florida or some other competitive state. Mr. Pockets, good evening from New Hampshire. How likely do you think it is that some idiots from either side start the big igloo over this when he's sentenced? I'm praying to God that this doesn't fester into a Tim Pool event. Won't happen. You're probably not ever going to get to sentencing. That's the whole point. This will be on appeal for an extended period. Trump will probably win re-election, partially because of the goddamn guilty verdict. I think it helps him more than anything else. It's just we need to, out of principle, as Americans, punish the rogue state and the rogue city that have caused this to happen. It doesn't hurt him politically, or at least I don't think that it's going to. I don't think it moves the metric really much at all. If anything, it's slightly in his favor. That doesn't mean you don't punish people for doing wrong. Literally me, for the fiery but mostly peaceful fund. Thank you. I guess I'll have to buy ammunition or something. I'll be in Europe in 5 days, so, you know, hopefully nothing pops off. You have to fly in through Canada. Thankfully, if I go into Montreal, it's within walking distance of Burlington, so it's not going to be a problem regardless. John Casamassa, I'm eagerly looking forward to see how this affects Trump's polling numbers with young black voters. That is the stereotype, yeah. People have said that he's racist for the fact that people have defended him, saying, well, if he's found guilty of a crime, he'll appeal more to certain voting blocks. Well, I mean, it's true. Because it's under false pretenses. It's no different.
Look like Michelle. You think, Hobo?
Yeah, I think in the polls it's going to help him.
I wonder.
Live to the front lines of the offensive, Tactical Hobo and Razor Fist.
Welcome to the front lines. Welcome to the Razor Force Offensive. I am your intrepid commander, Razor Fist, alongside the trench gun toting Tactical Hobo. But if we were a little bit late, it's because I had to pick up one of our compatriots. You all should be familiar with the Rear Admiral Terangel.
Rear Admiral.
Yes. Super excited. The Tactical Hobo, are you with us, buddy?
Reporting for duty.
Well, anything happen, folks? As we sit here, I am actually oiling my guns for no reason at all. But enough about my bodybuilding career. Yes, so anything happened, fellas? Anything happened recently? Nothing?
Well, you know, it's interesting. This is definitely a historical day because we're soon going to be heading into Civil War II and World War III at the same time.
Hey! 2 for the price of 1! Ladies, gentlemen, Donald Trump is officially the first president to ever be elected in a courtroom. Take a bow. How wonderfully historic is this, guys? Oh my God. Okay, where were you when you heard, folks?
Sitting at my computer and watching your.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it was. Wow. What about you, Hobo?
Oh, I was just working like a normie, you know, because someone's got to support all these illegals coming in.
We'll take care of the echo, by the way, guys. And his audio's a little weird because we're kind of on a Discord call so that we can all hear each other. We'll fix it. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of wonder if Trump's gonna write a book from prison. Maybe something about his struggle, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know. Are they gonna send him to a camp or a conf? But yeah. So we should probably talk about all the particulars here. Okay, let's go around the horn here. Let's talk about what this means. I mean, I guess I'll just start off right here. I don't think he sees prison time. This is all about obstruction. This is a weak conviction in a biased district, in front of a biased jury, in front of a biased judge, with biased jury instructions, by the way, that I think had a lot to do with this verdict, actually. This is about obstruction. Apparently his sentencing is scheduled like 4 days out from the GOP convention. Which is, like, why not? Just a bit on the nose, don't you think, gentlemen? Maybe learn a little more subtlety. I don't know.
No, this is 100% about obstruction. They just want to show that they can mess with it and stop it. They're having complete opposite.
Yeah. Sorry about his audio. You were actually sounding a lot better. You want to go in your volume settings and just make sure real quick that you're not cranked up again? His mic was a little hot before the stream. We kind of sorted it out, but it sounds like it re-borked itself. But anyways, yeah, I personally see this as it was obstruction from the beginning. Hobo, what about your take? Sorry, before we move on.
Oh yeah, 100%, man. I mean, they're trying to do anything they can, but it's going to backfire on them. I mean, they're really retarded if they don't see this.
Yeah, I just don't see any way. I don't see any way by which this is really like a credible prosecution of any kind. What this really is at the end of the day is the latest manifestation of obstruction. The only people, like, I think the most important question maybe to ask is, who does it mobilize? Because I don't think it mobilizes the left much. They already hated Trump. They already wanted him in prison. This isn't like a Christmas gift to the left. There's some of them that are gloating on social media, but I do note that they're curiously muted. Like most of the prominent lefty accounts that I follow, like Stephen King, the most he could even manage is the Republican presidential candidate is now a convicted felon. Yeah, and Joe Biden's an unconvicted one. What's your point? You know what I mean? Like, even their victory laps are kind of weak. It seems like a very muted response from the left, which I think is very telling. It's not really, in my estimation, going to energize them in that way. Styx, I was watching Styx's stream earlier. You guys should go check out Styx Hexenhammer if you haven't. But he was saying this kicks Trump's victory prospects up to about 90%. Do you think this improves his chances? Because I don't know that I would go that high, but I agree with Styx in this regard. I think this actually helps him. What do you think, Hobo?
Yeah, I think in the polls it's going to help him, but dude, we got, 8 months until Inauguration Day? A lot of shit can happen, and who knows what cards they have up their sleeve, because they're kind of desperate now. That's the thing. When they get desperate, who knows what they're going to try next?
Well, exactly, and we've seen them grasp at ever more straws over a larger period of time, and this just seems like the latest manifestation of that. Godspeed to all the clankers posting the spoons in the chat, by the way. We are live on YouTube and Rumble and maybe unauthorized, I'm not sure. But regardless, so what happens next, folks? Republicans, everybody? I guess it's time to brandish your ballpoint pens. You have oodles of sternly worded letters to write, and of course you have all those fruitless, pointless, vapid House committee hearings to convene. So, chop chop, you chodes. Those sternly worded letters aren't going to write themselves.
Well, the thing is, we've discovered now, since the precedent has been set, we know that any pig shit like DA from any 3,000 counties in the U.S. can just file charges against somebody, right? Because they don't like them. Right. So where the hell are all the Republicans filing charges against Biden? Oh wait, they don't have a dick, so they're not going to do it. And honestly, I can't blame them, because we know that the Republican DAs, man, their car would mysteriously, something bad would happen to it if they started filing charges against Biden, right?
Go off, Tactical Hobo. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Oh, folks, we've unleashed the hobo here today. I'm just waiting for, imagine if the roles were reversed. No, imagine if the contents of your skull were reversed, you statist asshat. Screw you. Do something, shit, or get off the pot. We're looking for action. We're not looking for more platitudes. And I don't know, if you're wondering why liars and extortionists were allowed as witnesses, Stormy Daniels, Michael Cohen, who admitted on the stand to an even more serious federal crime than the one Trump was accused of. If you're wondering why liars and extortionists and blackmailers were allowed as witnesses, just take a beat and realize this is also an accurate description for D.A. Allen Bragg. What a corpulent sack of shit Allen Bragg is. Is there... Basically, but you're correct. I think you're correct, Hobo. You hit on something more important there. There's so many Soros DAs in this country, and how many of us have been blowing the whistle on Soros DAs for just years? What a major problem if that. But either way, Godspeed to Brandon Herrera, because he kicked ass and took names in an area where he shouldn't necessarily have been able to. Brockenstein, an unrelated issue. Raymond Chandler or Dashiell Hammett, best book of your preferred choice. I go Raymond Chandler every time, although I do like Dashiell Hammett. Best from both. From Raymond Chandler, I like The High Window, and from Dashiell Hammett, I like Red Harvest. I kind of ripped it off in a fantasy setting and called it The Long Moonlight. Here's a question that's more germane to the events of the day. Because now we're getting into a season where we're talking about VP picks. And probably both of us should, or all three of us rather, should talk about prospective VP picks. But why isn't, so Viola Willie asks, why isn't Kari Lake a VP pick? Does her Senate run rule her out? Do you think she should run for president as Trump's successor? I feel she is too much of a star in her own right to play second fiddle, even though she is loyal to Trump. I'll just, for my part, before either of you talk, I'll just say I like Kari Lake. She needs to focus on her current race, though, because there's no... in this state, even if this was a blue state, Ruben Gallego would be too radical for the state. There's no reason for him to be competitive at all. This guy clowns on his own constituents on social media. He mocks them all as poor and stupid. I mean, he's an absolute douche canoe. Look through his Twitter history if he hasn't deleted it all. One time, I remember mentioning how bad crime was in his district. And the dude had or whoever runs his social media team, had GIFs, and every time somebody was replying to him, he was mocking them as, well, then run against me and lose. Run against me and lose. Like, this guy's a douche. He's the biggest far-left douche in the entire state of Arizona. There's no reason he should even be competitive. So I'd like her to focus just on the Senate thing. I have a feeling she was on the short list for VP, though, because I know Trump is really, really high on Kari Lake, and so are a lot of people in his sort of orbit. What about you, Taryn? What do you think?
For VP pit, I would have to say Matt Gaetz. He would be my favorite. Kari Lake, she stands on her own. I see her running in, what's it going to be, 2028?
That's a good prediction. I could absolutely see that. I think she ultimately runs for presidential politics if her Senate ambitions pan out. But that's an if. That's an if. What about you, Hobo? I mean, you and I are, all three of us are in Arizona now. I mean, we've watched Kari Lake be a local star in journalism and suddenly have this political career. She, of course, rightfully defeated Katie Hobbs for the governorship, but that was another race here in the Southwest that went to an establishmentarian type, and it was separated by like 500 votes. Like, even if we take the election as legitimate, she was within a few votes of winning. So, I don't know. What do you think, Hobo?
Yeah, I think she is focusing on the Senate race, and she definitely needs to, because we need a change. We've had 2 Democrats senators in Arizona. I mean, what the hell, So, as far as who Trump would pick for his VP, man, there's I wouldn't mind Vivek, but I honestly don't have any clue who he's gonna pick. I mean, I would love to see Rand Paul, as would lots of people, but.
Yeah, I think, of course, Rand Paul's the dream pick. Although, do you want to take Rand Paul out of the Senate? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I love Rand Paul. I don't want him out of there. I don't always agree with him, just like I didn't always agree with his dad. But, folks, with this news coming down, and believe me, we are going to talk about it even more. There is so much to talk about with this Trump case, and we're going to get to all your super chats on the subject, too. I think there's another story. Usually when you have a big story like this, there's generally an element of burying the lead. And if that is the case, then I think this might be it. Because at the same time this verdict came down, it was reported by Politico. And I'm going to read the headline now. Biden secretly gave Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia with U.S. weapons. The Biden administration has quietly given Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia solely near the area of Kharkiv using U.S.-provided weapons. 3 U.S. officials and 2 other people familiar with the move said Thursday a major reversal that will help Ukraine to better defend its second-largest city. Keep in mind, this is written by Politico, a bunch of hacks. Quote, the president recently directed his team to ensure that Ukraine is able to use U.S. weapons for counterfire purposes in Kharkiv, so Ukraine can hit back at Russian forces hitting them or preparing to hit them, unquote. One of the U.S. officials said, adding that the policy of not allowing long-range strikes inside Russia, quote, has not changed. Ukraine asked the U.S. to make this policy change only after Russia's offensive on Kharkiv began this month, the official added. All the people were granted anonymity to discuss internal decisions that haven't been announced. Of course they are not announced, for Christ's sake. But this comes out, dude. You have to understand the way presidential politics work, or White House politics work. A lot of times, little leaks will come out ahead of an announcement to sort of soften the blow of something that's really douchey or really corrupt. I have a feeling that was the case here. This might have actually been kind of soft leaked by the administration. Where do you think this is coming from, Hobo?
Yeah, I mean, it could be to cover something else up, and you know, especially with the Trump stuff going on, it's like they try and slip these things under the radar, right, when there's something bigger going on. So it's like, oh, well, we're just escalating again towards World War III.
That's
no
all.
big deal. No big deal. We're all gonna die. You know. No,
That's all.
Civil War II and World War III coming up. in the
Yep,
future.
yep. Hey, Taryn, you want to get to some super chats before we move on to the next thing? Because there's Biden's had a week. It's pretty crazy that obviously this whole Trump case is going to dominate the news cycle probably for the next week. Because Biden has just been shitting his britches every 15 minutes this week, and we have some pretty wild stories about that. But, and yeah, go ahead and hit us with the super chat.
First off, Zocom and Altlag, thank you for supporting us on Rumble. They've become monthly supporters. Real quick, we had a big one earlier. I want to get to that one especially. Can't find it, sorry. General release.
See, look at the inflation of grocery bills. Look at this. Look at the cost of this and that. Look at the cost of rent. Look at the right. Look at the skyrocketing taxes. A CNN reporter couldn't stomach the BS, and Biden's response was, "Well, that's not what the polls say. That's not the media's judgment." I think was his exact quote. Just what? How is that your response? He has learned absolutely nothing. And once you hear this out of Biden's mouth, you realize exactly why the desperation of this lawfare had to happen going forward. I actually want to show you guys something because I think maybe this is we played a clip last week of James Carville. So maybe this explains why James Carville, who kind of is in this old Democratic strategist club, this kind of explains why James Carville is having nightly Chernobyl meltdowns on his YouTube channel, don't it? I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. This is amazing. This is a legendary meltdown, even for someone like James Carville, who has built a career on having meltdowns on live television.
They get a hold, there will be no government left, there will be no rights left, you'll live under theocracy, you'll end up pushing nationalism, but that's all right, you little fucking 26-year-old. You don't feel like the election's important to me. They're not interested in the issues that I care about. If they get a...
Well, if that doesn't reach voters, I don't know what will. You little... Oh, here we go. I'm gonna read this out loud in case you guys couldn't hear it and in case Hobo wants to know the remarks. He says, quote, "There will be no government left if Trump wins. There will be no rights left. You'll live under theocracy. You'll end up with Christian nationalism." You promise, asshole? But that's all right, you little fucking 26-year-old. You don't feel like the election's important. Dude, I follow James Carville unironically now because his meltdowns are just glorious. If you haven't started, Hobo, you need to start.
Did you follow him on X or?
X, YouTube, follow him wherever you can, because it's like an inside track into what is actually happening behind closed doors of the Biden campaign. Like what people are saying when Biden's not around or not shitting his pants or whatever.
All right, I'm gonna have to do it.
I'm saying, bro. All right. Taryn, hit us with some more of these super chats for crying in the rain.
Deus Pigeon. The verdict's going to give Dems more plausible deniability to election fraud.
There's an aspect of that. I don't think that's an inaccurate read. But boy, you have a big enough landslide and it won't matter. You know, look, I've pointed this out before. There's people who mock the idea of, oh, you're going to vote your way out of it. It's like, you realize you can, right? Like you realize that if the margin is high enough, you absolutely can. And you have. History bears this out, even in fraudulent elections. How do we know? Because Donald Trump was defrauded in 2016 and still won. Does anybody not realize that? Did you guys not hear about Jill Stein's audit in 2016? that found like 50,000 votes in one Michigan county that had no corresponding physical ballot, and then Hillary Clinton's lawyers jumped on Jill Stein, got the entire audit shut down after 2016. Trump started out opposing that audit and wound up supporting it. You guys hear about that? It's absolutely possible. It's completely possible, and it may be necessary. Keep going.
Eddie Ramirez, thank you for the 2. Austin Harn. Okay, Razor. Since political prosecution is exactly the reality of today, who should Republicans prosecute first? Hillary or Hunter?
Hunter's already going through his court case. What they should do is try him on substantive charges. He's not facing charges for selling the Louisiana energy grid out to communist China, nor is Jim Biden. They both should. And probably Joe Biden needs to be included in that because, of course, we have the text messages saying they're going to kick back 10% for the big guy. That was what that all dealt with. So, and I did a whole video about all of that. I actually put a flow chart on screen that I made showing where all of the money went and exactly who got paid by who in order to sell Louisiana's energy grid to communist China. That, by the way, was why Trump, in his first week in office, signed an executive order banning the sale of American utility companies to foreign entities. And Biden, in his first day in office, rolled that back. Very, very telling.
Experimental channel. Hey, did you see that France is putting boots on the ground with Ukraine? I'm super worried about the blowback. Politics exactly today sucks.
And they're training the Ukraine troops, which, I don't know, I guess maybe there'll be a surrender in the offing pretty soon here. I don't know. Lots of cardio involved in that training.
Master Quack. Even though Trump is a felon now, he can't appeal. But it only seems fair they will seize his firearms first and give him due process later.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Trump hit the nail on the head, as usual. He's really, really good at distilling arguments down to their essence, right? When he said the real verdict is going to be November 5th, he just wrapped it all in a nutshell, though. He basically turned himself into a giant sledgehammer that the voters can wield against the system. And that is when Trump is in full effect. That was him in 2016. And that's going to be him in 2024.
Oh yes, and let's not forget that chat that was mentioning the French training Ukrainian troops. We forgot to add one important thing. Torshi brought it up in the chat. Hon baguette.
Oh yeah, all for all say.
Yeah. When disaster strikes. If Trump gets sent to prison, at least he can hit the weight. Come November 5th, he'll be more ripped than George Floyd's fake $20.
Can you imagine Trump rolling up to the debate stage just jacked? With prison tattoos and a teardrop under one eye, I'm just saying. It's spider webs on each elbow. Let's do it! He'll just walk up to Biden and prison shank him.
I'm currently playing football barefoot, and this is just one of 7 bizarre football training methods that are said to improve performance on the pitch. Some of these are used by the top professionals, but others are more secret.
And I'm going to find out which ones actually work. So this first bizarre training method involves water bottles, and it's actually done by a pro goalkeeper, Pedicek. He basically scatters a load of water bottles in front of the goal and then uses them as a deflection device. This, in theory, should make it really difficult for me to save the ball.
So I had a go trying to save some shots using this method, and to be fair, it worked very well. The bottles were perfect at deflecting the shots unpredictably, and I would say that it works just as good as the products that are specifically designed to do this, and also a lot cheaper.
Right, the goalkeeper water bottle method, would I recommend it? Probably yes. It's a fun way to practice goalkeeping, kind of like a pro, and if it's good enough for Pedicek, it's good enough for me. I would say this one's a success. Now, when Cristiano Ronaldo first joined Manchester United, it was said that he used this bizarre training method to improve the speed of his step-overs, but what exactly is it? Well, it involves these ankle weights. It was thought that using these heavy weights on his ankles and then practicing his skill moves with them would increase the speed, and well, to be fair, it did seem to work. Right, I guess I'm just going to do some step-overs then and see what happens. Whoa, that feels so weird. You've got to really stop your foot from going round. What? It's like I'm doing it in slow motion.
So I trained skill moves for about 15 minutes with these ankle weights on, and the theory holds weight. I don't see why doing this consistently over a period of time wouldn't improve my skills.
Weights have come off and my feet feel so light right now. My feet feel rapid.
So I would say that the ankle weight training definitely works.
Now, you may have noticed that for this next football training method, the environment has changed and I'm now in the dark, and that's because this practice is designed to create hyper-awareness and improve focus on the pitch, and it's called dark football. Let's play.
Now, this shouldn't be played in complete darkness. The lights of the pitch will be dimmed, but not completely pitch black. It's thought to make players rely more on their senses and force the team to communicate more and look to play shorter, sharper passes instead of long balls.
I knew they were there, but I still hit it. I thought I had a rip.
I'm not going to lie, I am having to work extra hard to control this ball, and it's making me focus a lot more.
Manchester University did a study trialling a new sports innovation which claims to improve the performance of football players by training them in the dark, but the results are yet to come back, so keep a lookout for that. So this training method isn't fully proven yet, but this next one was done by the Barcelona team.
I feel good, so good I could go flying to the sky.
Right, so this next training method is actually used by Barcelona. I'm not exactly sure why they do this. I'm guessing it's just to make football trainings more fun, and it's called bubble football, and it involves these things. Even Messi's played this, so you know, it's got to be worth something.
A few years ago, Barcelona decided to spice up their training sessions by getting these things involved. I'm not sure how much actual benefit this has to performance on the pitch, but I guess when you play football for a living, it's always good to keep training sessions exciting, so this was the perfect way to change things up a bit and have some fun on the pitch.
Right, let's put these on. So it's like this, and then you basically just play football in them. I think we're ready to play a game in these and see why Barcelona do it.
So I set up some 1v1 games with these bubble balls, and at the end I'll decide if I think it's a useful form of football training. Now I've got to say, this was a lot of fun, and actually very tiring. I don't think it's actually going to improve my ability at all, but it's definitely a fun game to make training interesting every now and then. But if I'm honest, for the cost and the effort it takes to set up, I wouldn't put this on top of my list. Now, I'm not even sure if this next unique method of improving performance on the pitch even counts as training, maybe more of a superstition. It was done by Glenn Hoddle when he was England manager. He said, most people look for answers outside themselves, but the answers are on the inside. And he had a few unconventional ways of improving performance, and perhaps unsurprisingly, they didn't always work. First up, before a game, he would shake the players' hands and touch them just above the heart. He even employed a faith healer who would touch players on their heads and offer them ailments. And finally, before a game, he would get the coaching staff to walk around the pitch anti-clockwise, as he thought this would give off positive energy. Now, before I try out the methods that are favourited by Pep Guardiola and Erling Haaland, let's take a look at some of the stranger practices that didn't make the list. Underwater football is one way to practice. It reduces the impact on the joints and also means that players have to use a lot more strength to move in the water. Silent football is a game where players can't talk. It forces them to be more spatially aware and look around more on the pitch. Now, before I try out Guardiola's bucket ball, this next training method is one I'm not looking forward to.
Now for this next bizarre training method, I won't be needing these because I'm going barefoot.
Barefoot training is something that's been used for years, and the first form of football would have been played without shoes. There's a lot of evidence that suggests this weird form of training has some serious benefits. Even Haaland is a fan of the barefoot field because of the many health benefits this practice claims to have. First up, I'm going to have a session on AstroTurf. Then I'm going to take it to the next level and play on grass. That way I should get the full experience of barefoot training.
Alright, first few touches with the bare feet. And honestly, it feels really nice. Oh. There is a long list of reasons why barefoot football is apparently really good for you, including better control and faster shot power. So I'm going to put it to the test and see how true that really is.
Now you may be wondering why this is actually helpful. Well, this is what the science says. Barefoot training provides broadband delivery of critical information, which in turn speeds up the learning process and hones precision in technique.
Tell you what, it feels really good for freestyle, just because of how light my feet feel.
Now, before heading to the grass pitch, I obviously had to try some shooting.
Alright, this is the one I'm not really looking forward to. Shooting. Oh, this mitre is going to sting, man. Oh.
By the end of the session, my feet were bright red and there was even some blood to show for it. So before my session on grass, I wanted to make sure my feet were well prepared. Before this session, I made sure that the playing area was clean.
Honestly, I'm not sure why, but there's definitely something really nice about being barefoot and playing football bare feet.
In countries such as India and Brazil, barefoot football is very normalised. So much so that in the 1948 Olympics, the Indian national team surprised everyone when they played barefoot. But in the 1950 World Cup, FIFA said that India were not allowed to play without boots, so they decided to withdraw from the competition. Now, as well as the apparent improved technique, barefoot training is also about strengthening the foot and ankle itself. I actually really enjoyed playing barefoot. These were my feet at the end of the session. So, should you do this all the time? Definitely not. But if the science is true, it might be one to try next time you're at the beach.
Now, the next method that claims to fast-track your football ability is used by the likes of Chelsea and Manchester City, and to test this one out, I don't need this. Now, over the next few days, instead of training with a normal football, I'm going to be using this size 2 mini ball, as it's supposed to have a lot of benefits.
The theory is that being able to control a smaller football will make it easier when you move on to a normal size ball. A lot of clubs have used this in training, like Man City and Chelsea, but it shouldn't replace a normal football, instead just be used as a supplement every now and then. So I had to mess around with the mini ball, and it was definitely more difficult to control. And when going back to a normal ball, it felt a lot easier. So I do think this would work, but if you want to take it one step further, try doing what Michael Owen did when he was younger and use a tennis ball.
Right, so this next training method is made popular by Pep Guardiola. He does it with all his teams, and it involves a bucket and a football. Let's do it.
Pep Guardiola did this with Bayern and also Man City. Using only one touch at a time, move the ball to the bucket without it hitting the ground. Now it looks and sounds pretty easy, and I thought it would be easy, but let me tell you, this took us an embarrassing amount of time to do.
Very lightly. Yes.
This training method is perfect for improving ball control, communication and teamwork, and it's also just a lot of fun. It's really hard to move to a certain place while keeping the ball up in the air and only using one touch, but after about 20 minutes, we finally got it.
Nice. Composure. Yes. Do it. I thought it wasn't going to happen.
just what to do. Dear one, he knew that wild magic was dangerous, but he meddled with it anyway. By the time we found him, we could not stop the growth. I placed him in stasis until I could find a proper cure. And then I was gone. Champion, you did what was needed and ended his suffering. Thank you. I am but a simulacrum. But once, I was a mother as well. Please, leave me to mourn.
Your brain might think you're looking at a yellow ball, but look closer. The screen you're watching this on displays color using only red, green, and blue subpixels. The yellow your brain thinks it's seeing is actually a mix of red and green light. The camera I'm talking to right now has a sensor composed of red, green, and blue sensitive photosites. Again, no yellow. Of course, I have the ball here in my hand, so I am looking at a yellow ball. Or am I? After all, my eyes aren't so different from that camera. The human retina only has cone cells sensitive to red, green, or blue wavelengths of light. To perceive other colors, we have to integrate the inputs from those three cone types. When yellow light enters my eye, it stimulates my red and green sensitive cone cells, although not as much as pure red or green light would. With red and green sensitive cones equally excited, my brain tells me I'm looking at yellow. This is how our technology, our cameras and screens and projectors can trick our brains into seeing a whole rainbow of colors using just 3 wavelengths of light by triggering our 3 different types of cone cells in different proportions. So, is the ball really yellow? What does yellow even mean? A lot of people would say that color is the wavelengths of light that an object reflects. In other words, like Aristotle thought, color is a property of the object. But looking at the same ball on a screen, your eyes only sensed red and green light, yet your brain still perceived it as yellow. So it's also possible, like Galileo believed, that color isn't a property of an object at all, but a phenomenon of the mind instead. But whose mind? Because we aren't the only animals that can see the world in color.
We oftentimes don't really think about how other animals see color. So for example, we buy our dogs bright red or orange toys that are only bright red or orange for us and not for them because they can't see orange or red as being distinct from green.
So maybe we should start taking in the world from more than just the human perspective. Doing that might just teach us why color vision evolved in the first place.
We're actually towards the lower end of the spectrum, honestly. We're a step up from our household pets, maybe, if they're cats or dogs, but not nearly as good as many animal groups out there. Butterflies, birds, fish, lizards, jumping spiders. Jumping spiders are harmless creatures, actually. They don't ever really get big enough to pose much of a threat to humans. Of course, if you were a small insect, yes, you would absolutely need to be afraid of a jumping spider.
They'll take down prey that's sometimes like 2 or 3 times their own body size.
The Chinese word for jumping spider translates literally to fly tiger, and that's the way I like to think about them, is the kind of small cats of the undergrowth.
Jumping spiders are everywhere. They're in your backyard, they're probably in your kitchen.
There are about 6,000 species of jumping spiders known. Some are sort of furry, some are sort of shiny, striped, spotted, red, green, blue, pretty much anything you can imagine. It's like every one is a little work of art.
As a group, spiders aren't known for their vision. I mean, most species are nocturnal, and for many, their webs act as a sort of extra sense organ. So they just don't need to see that well. But jumping spiders, as active daytime hunters, well, they're different. Not only do they have great eyesight, but different species have different forms of color vision. Look at those eyes.
Jumping spider eyes are fascinating. And when I say eyes, I mean 8 eyes. Jumping spiders split up things like motion detection and light sensitivity to some eyes, and then color vision and fine detail vision into others. The pair of eyes that are perhaps the most fascinating or most unusual are what we call the principal eyes. And those are the really big eyes in the front of the face that make jumping spiders look a little cute, if you're willing to say a spider looks cute ever. And those are built unlike any other eye in the animal kingdom.
It turns out, the way jumping spiders perceive color has everything to do with the anatomy of those principal eyes.
They're really actually built a lot like a Galilean telescope or binoculars. That big lens that you see from the outside of the animal is one of 2 lenses in these eyes, and in between those 2 lenses is a long fluid-filled tube. At the end of that fluid-filled tube is a second lens, and what that lens does is it magnifies the image that that first lens projects down that long tube. And in that way, it increases the ability to see detail by the retina that sits right below it.
And when it comes to seeing detail, it's hard to beat a jumping spider.
For most animals, the bigger the eye, the better it functions. Jumping spiders absolutely break this rule. The secondary eyes can see the world about as well as the absolute best insect eyes out there. Better than the world's biggest dragonflies, whose entire head is consumed by an eye. The principal eyes, they can actually see pattern in the world better than a lapdog, a house cat, an elephant, and nearly as good as the sharp-sighted pigeon But it's a very narrow slice of the world that they can see. It's about like your thumb held at arm's length.
And it's only in that narrow slice of the world that jumping spiders can see fine detail and color.
So the jumping spider's secondary eyes give them a full 360-degree view of the world. Now imagine most of that's in black and white. When you see something move, you can swivel to look at it. And now, anything that's really of curiosity to you, you can add to this world of black and white vision, fine detail, and color. But you can only do it moment by moment. So you're really kind of painting additional details about color and pattern that you couldn't see otherwise. It's a wild world to try to put yourself into.
As they sweep their principal eyes across a scene, some species of jumping spiders are adding a lot more color information to their world than others. Most jumping spiders, including this one, are dichromats, meaning they have two types of color-sensitive cone cells in their retinas, just like dogs and most other mammals.
And by comparing those two kinds of cells and how they respond to light in the environment, they get a coarse understanding of color. They can tell the difference between UV, violet, blue, and green.
But some types of jumping spiders are trichromats, with 3 types of cones, like humans, and others are tetrachromats, like birds. The weird thing is, all these species with expanded color vision aren't necessarily close relatives.
In jumping spiders, we have huge variation, even from closely related groups, and how well they're able to see color in the world. Jumping spiders are reinventing, in some ways, the ability to see color over and over again in different ways.
That makes jumping spiders pretty special. I mean, consider primates. Old world monkeys, apes, and humans all have trichromatic color vision. But we also share a common ancestor, so our color vision probably evolved only once, and then it stuck around. This is where jumping spiders really stand out. The ability to see red, for example, has evolved several times in jumping spiders. Researchers know that because they've figured out how different groups are related. And by they, I mostly mean jumping spider fanatic Wayne Madison.
Oh my gosh, Hawaika. Fantastic. Beautiful male. It's been 30 years since I've seen a live Hawaika.
He is absolutely Mr. Jumping Spider. His expertise really is in jumping spider taxonomy.
I work on the evolutionary tree of jumping spiders. The evolutionary tree of life is basically the pathway of genetic descent that links all of us.
The position of different species on this evolutionary tree can tell us how they ended up with the traits they have. Like, if most jumping spiders don't see red, but 2 species on 2 very different parts of the tree do, chances are that those 2 species evolved those abilities independently.
In which case, then we can start to ask questions like, what's driving that evolution? Do they have similar ecologies? Do they hunt similar prey? And try to really understand what selective forces are leading to these expanded color vision systems.
It might help them find food or discriminate tasty prey from prey that can harm them.
Because, of course, lots of small insects are brightly colored, and some of them are using those bright colors to advertise that they're toxic.
Another possibility is that seeing a richer world of color might help animals, from lizards to spiders, choose better mates. To test these ideas, the researchers needed to know which of the 6,000 species of jumping spiders had expanded color vision and which didn't. And outside of a few well-studied species, no one really knew. So the team set out to collect spiders from every major branch of the jumping spider family tree.
One of our first things is just prioritizing where to go and what to look for. And so it's a lot of sampling in a lot of places.
Let's see who lives here.
It's kind of like Pokemon Go, except the Pokemon are real, they're smaller than your pinky fingernail, and they're really good at hiding.
Some jumping spiders have evolved to be really fine-tuned to a particular situation. So for example, there are termite-eating specialist jumping spiders that you're only going to find around termites. There was this one species that we only found in piles of bones in South Africa. Who knows what it was doing there, but we quickly learned that that was the only place in the environment we were going to find it. And so that's part of the fun of it.
Wow, I just... 100%. That was all me. Yeah, I came in at an angle. Let's try. Let's not skip. I've had a couple of runs that are no death in here, I think. Jumping spiders and how to see color.
I feel like it's a bit of a treasure hunt, really.
With no proverbial stone left unturned, the team returns to their labs with hundreds of spiders, representing many different species. They want to figure out which species have expanded color vision, how each species does it, and why.
It's actually a hard question to tell how animals can see color. We can't just connect our brains to see what they see. So how do we do it?
We begin by using a technique called microspectrophotometry. It's a really long word. What it simply means is a microscope paired with a device that measures different wavelengths of light, a spectrophotometer.
The researchers take ultra-thin slices of jumping spider retinas, and then they measure the wavelengths of light absorbed by individual cone cells. With enough of these measurements, they can tell if a species is a dichromat, trichromat, or tetrachromat, and what wavelengths of light its cells are best at detecting. But that's not the whole story.
Having that knowledge of what's in the retina tells us what is or isn't possible for these animals to see. But it doesn't actually tell us what they do see or how they might use that. And so the gold standard for establishing that an animal can see color is to do so behaviorally.
In other words, we somehow need to ask the spiders what they can see and then understand their answers. Figuring out what's going on inside a spider's mind is difficult. It's no surprise that it takes a group of expert zoologists to do so. But our own minds can be just as complicated, yet we rarely talk with mental health experts to help us interpret our thoughts and emotions. Whether you're feeling depressed, anxious, or are just stressed and want someone to talk to, a therapist for 3 years.
And you see, the next question is, how do they do it? What's different in the DNA of these spiders that can see and discriminate more colors? If you ask Megan Porter, a lot of it comes down to genes that encode proteins called opsins.
The way that animals achieve color vision is to have different copies of this opsin gene, and those variations then are what produce proteins that are sensitive to different colors of light. The first technique that we generally go to with a new species is called transcriptome sequencing. And this is where we can take the entire head of a jumping spider and we can get the sequences for every single gene that is expressed in that tissue.
This method gives the researchers an inventory of all the genes being expressed. In other words, all the genes that are copied out of the DNA and sent to make a protein. Then the team can figure out where each of these genes is expressed, in which eyes and in which parts of the eye.
And we do that using a fancy technique called immunohistochemistry.
The researchers basically create glowing molecular tags specific to each protein they're interested in.
And then looking for which parts glow in the right color, we can figure out where each opsin is being expressed, where the protein is located.
The team is especially interested in genes that are expressed in the retinas of the principal eyes. These are the genes most likely to be related to changes in color vision. Already, this process of asking which species have expanded color vision and how they accomplish it has led to some surprising discoveries. The researchers already knew that the ability to see and discriminate more colors had evolved more than once among jumping spiders, but they hadn't realized just how widespread this ability would be. After measuring 45 species across the evolutionary tree, the team has already found as many as 12 independent changes in color vision. In evolutionary terms, jumping spiders seem to be evolving new, expanded forms of color vision all the time. And different species have acquired their new visual capabilities in very different ways. Take, for example, the ability to see red. Most jumping spiders only have green-sensitive and UV-sensitive photopigments in their retinas. But some species became sensitive to red when their green-sensitive opsin gene was accidentally duplicated in the genome, and the new copy started to evolve, shifting its sensitivity to longer wavelengths.
So in our eyes, that's exactly what happened. The opsin gene for our green-sensitive visual pigment was duplicated, and the second version evolved to be more red-sensitive. And we see this happen over and over and over again in jumping spiders.
But other jumping spiders see red in a totally different way. Rather than evolving new photopigments, they added an internal filter to some of their green-sensitive cone cells, which cuts out green light and forces those cells to respond only to longer wavelengths like red.
They can basically create two kinds of cells from the same type of photoreceptor simply by using a filter in front of some of them and not in front of others.
All this evolutionary innovation makes the original question even more intriguing. Why evolve expanded color vision in the first place? That's the question Lisa Taylor is trying to answer. For a visual predator like a jumping spider, better color vision could mean finding more prey. It could also mean avoiding prey that might be harmful.
And so a lot of prey in the environment advertise their toxicity with bright colors, and particularly with long wavelength colors such as red and orange. So we're testing the idea that the ability to use color vision will help these spiders learn to avoid and continue to avoid red prey that tastes bad.
In this experiment, all the prey are termites. Some have a dab of red paint on their backs, and others have a dab of gray.
And this doesn't affect their behavior in any way. They still move around naturally, and the spiders really like to eat termites.
The red termites also get treated with a compound called Bitrex, which is actually the most bitter substance known.
And it turns out that the spiders also think it tastes disgusting. So we can simultaneously and independently manipulate color and palatability.
In other words, the researchers can make the termites red and bitter, gray and tasty, or if they want to mess with the spiders, gray and bitter or red and tasty. The first part of the experiment is the training phase. Basically, the spiders get to choose from a tiny buffet of termite prey, each one in its own little petri dish.
In 3 of the petri dishes, they get a red-painted, bitter-tasting termite, and then the other 3 petri dishes, they get a gray-painted, very tasty termite. As they interact with this prey, they are constantly learning, and it's constantly being reinforced that whenever they attack something red, they get a mouthful of bitter-tasting termite, and whenever they attack something gray, they get a mouthful of tasty termite. The first spiders to go through this experiment are Habernatus pyrithrax, and we started with them because we know that they have good color vision that extends into the long wavelengths.
Habernatus pyrithrax is one of the species that can see red using a red filter in front of some of its green-sensitive cone cells.
Our data so far suggests that the spiders are really good at learning the rules.
And once they learn the rules, then the real experiment begins. The spiders hunt for all their food in a setup just like the termite buffet where they were trained, except that for half of the spiders, there's a big difference. Some of the termites are still bitter, but they're all gray. The color cues are gone. Now the question becomes, do the spiders that have color cues available, in other words, the ones for which bitter termites are still red, do they do better?
So our data so far show that they do fare better when they have access to those color cues. They lay eggs sooner, and that they're also heavier at the end of the experiment if they're in the treatment group where they have access to color cues.
One hypothesis for why primates evolved expanded color vision is to distinguish ripe from unripe fruit. or tender new leaves from older, tougher ones. In other words, telling good food apart from bad food. Kind of like what these spiders are doing.
Here, we've got this kind of evidence in a jumping spider, and we're going to repeatedly test that in other jumping spider species that have different forms of color vision.
The team predicts that spiders with expanded color vision will use color cues to their advantage, so they'll do better when color can tell them which prey items taste bad. Species that can't see red won't get any benefit from the warning colors or from the training. If the data support these predictions, these will be some of the first experiments in any species to reveal an evolutionary advantage to seeing and discriminating more colors. But feeding behavior can't be the whole story, because the spiders had some more surprises in store.
For example, there's a genus of jumping spiders in Central America called Mexigonus, where males, and only males, sport incredibly bright red colors on parts of their body that they use during courtship.
We thought for sure the female has got to be paying attention to red, distinguishing it from other colors. They've got to have red color vision in some special way.
And it turns out that at least by our measurements, they don't have the ability to see red. They just have UV and green sensitive cells in those principal eye retinas.
I don't mind being proved wrong at all. It usually means something more exciting because it means that, oh my God, there's something cool and new in the world, right? And you've learned something new.
So what's going on here? To help answer that question and maybe understand why some spiders are displaying to one another with colors they can't see, it's time to revisit the jumping spider retina.
Instead of just one retina like we have, they have a stack of translucent retinas right on top of each other.
One thing that we think that this layering does is to correct for a problem that the optics present to the retina. It's called chromatic aberration.
Most optical materials, like these glass prisms, refract or bend short wavelength light, like blue and UV, more strongly than long wavelength light, like red. That's chromatic aberration. Lenses do this too. In photos taken with vintage camera lenses, you can often see a fringe of color around high contrast edges. The sensor in a camera is a single flat layer of photosites, so getting the different colors of light to focus in the same plane is critical. Modern camera lenses correct for chromatic aberration using complicated optical designs with lots of lens elements.
But the other solution is to put different color-sensitive cells at the right depths behind the lenses so that the colors that they're sensitive to are in proper focus.
That's exactly what jumping spider retinas do. And this gets us one step closer to understanding what red might mean to a spider that can't actually see red. In the jumping spider eye, the cells sensitive to shorter wavelengths are generally closer to the lens, and those sensitive to longer wavelengths are farther away. But most jumping spiders are dichromats. They only have 2 cone cell types. So why have 4 layers in their retinas?
Typically, the bottom or farthest away from the lens 2 tiers, we call those tiers 1 and 2, those are both typically sensitive just to green light. And with a retina like that, an object in that world might appear in different focus in tier 2 than in tier 1.
Researchers in Japan have shown that jumping spiders can actually use this discrepancy in focus to perceive depth and distance in their environment.
But there is a liability with this system. It only works if you're just using one color of light, like green. If you start to mix in other colors of light, for example red, then the system creates errors. Essentially, colors like red might create this perception of being close or being looming towards the receiver. And that would provide a totally different perceptual experience for the viewer.
So a jumping spider's red coloration might not look red to another jumping spider, but instead create a sort of depth illusion. But why would a male spider benefit from displaying an optical illusion?
One thing about jumping spiders is that females often are quite aggressive towards prospective mates. In fact, they can often eat the male rather than allowing him to mate with them. So these males, when they're dancing for females, are really actually dancing for their lives in many instances.
If a female thinks a male is closer than he really is, that could throw off her attack. Or maybe confusing the female pays off in other ways.
If she can't quite figure out the male's display, she might stick around paying attention to it for longer, and this might result in better outcomes for the male at the end of courtship.
And amorous male spiders might not be the only ones exploiting these depth illusions.
So imagine a red prey item. We might look at it and say, that's probably toxic. And it's warning birds that it's toxic. But another possibility is that it's red simply to look like it's closer to a jumping spider so that it has a better chance of escaping. We also see small insects with red and blue patterns on them, which would create a really complicated visual illusion that might simply baffle it and require it a longer period of time before it judges distance. Even a split second can really matter.
But in this tiny game of cat and mouse, a spider that could see and discriminate red from green would be a lot harder to fool. And this could be another surprising benefit of color vision, one that isn't really about color at all.
And what we really need to ask whether or not this hypothesis is even plausible is really good high-resolution measurements of the distances of things in their eyes, including the retina and the lenses, from live animals.
This information you can't just get from preserved specimens on microscope slides, but there is another way. By using a particle accelerator called the Advanced Photon Source, the researchers have started to collect high-resolution X-ray videos through the spider's exoskeletons.
This has never been done before. It's in X-ray, so we can see through their eyes, and we can see how these eye tubes are moving around.
If the spider's retinal movements change the shape or length of their eye tubes, that'll affect what they're capable of perceiving.
It would change how they experience depth, it would change how they experience color. Previously, this information has only been collected from dissections. So we're very excited to get super high resolution videos of the inside of the spider's head as it's performing complicated visual motions.
Unfortunately, a few months after their initial tests, the Advanced Photon Source shut down for upgrades that'll take over a year to complete.
So it looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for some of the answers the team has been looking for.
We know that the retinas can be moved around and that they maybe have between a 50 and 60 degree travel. Not only can they be moved in the horizontal plane, but in the vertical plane, and they can actually be twisted to change the orientation of their field of view.
The question is, how do these movements affect what the spiders can focus on? Or how they sense depth? Or even how they perceive color? It's this connection between focus, depth, and color that makes these spiders so intriguing.
It opens up all sorts of questions about what color is in the first place.
It's already clear that these spiders have a lot to teach us about color vision, how and why it evolves, and how many forms it can take, even within a single group of animals. If our understanding of their visual system is correct, the experience of color for jumping spiders might even be three-dimensional in a way that's totally different from how we see the world. And we haven't even talked about their other senses, like their ability to communicate through vibration. When you think about it, you realize that the universe we humans perceive, even with all our technology, is just a sliver of what's out there.
If we owe anything to the world, it's to allow the world to be experienced in the fullness of itself. I think this is one of the tragedies of extinction, is the loss of oftentimes a totally unique way of experiencing our world. A way of experiencing our world that we probably couldn't even imagine.
So, color. What is it? Is it an intrinsic property of an object, like Aristotle thought, or something that exists only in the mind perceiving it, like Galileo believed? Maybe it's not an either-or question.
My belief is that color is something that emerges through the evolution of the eyes that see the world and the world that the eyes see. Color as a thing emerges through this dance, this evolutionary dance between what can be sensed about the world and those that are sensing it.
It's that dance playing out over millions of generations that created the colorful world we inhabit and shaped the countless ways that we and our fellow life forms experience it. Come to me. Okay, not that far. They're not called jumping spiders for nothing. Yeah, come on.
I will see you again.
Aspect's grace shine down on you. Enjoy Valdrakken. Protect the city. We rejoice their return. Does the city not feel it?
Welcome to the Isles. Stay within order.
Is it even worth it though? Am I going to waste my charges? Which on that is- What charges here? Might as well.
Reaction to the verdict has been coming in from all sides.
Ari Hi joining us now to look at what's been happening on Palm Beach tonight and what happens next in the courtroom and on the campaign trail. Ari?
Yeah, political analysts keep using the same word to describe all of this, and that word is unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever happened before, so while the legal process is structured, trying to figure out what's going to happen outside the courtroom is at best an educated guess. Dozens of people rallied near Donald Trump's Palm Beach home Thursday night, showing their support for the former president after he was convicted on all 34 felony counts in his hush money trial. So 2 questions now. The first, on the legal side. What happens next?
He will be able to now devote himself, if he wishes, to his campaign for president.
Richard Serafini is a former prosecutor for the Department of Justice and is now a criminal defense attorney in South Florida. He says legally, the verdict has no impact on Trump's ability to campaign. He also says he doesn't expect Trump to go to jail.
I think the possibility of him doing being incarcerated at all before the sentence on this case really is at, or at least at worst, approaching zero.
And that brings us to the second question. How does this verdict impact the election?
I don't think that we can really predict it because, like I said, we've never had anything quite like this before.
Kevin Wagner is a professor of political science at Florida Atlantic University. He says it's hard to say what the impact will be. He says political scientists look to the past to predict future behavior, but there's nothing in the past to say how voters will react to a former president and current presidential candidate being convicted of 34 felonies.
To some degree, it's really going to depend on how they see the court, what determination they make about the value of what just happened and what it means to them.
And one more thing on the legal side, Serafini says this verdict will have no impact on Trump's other criminal cases. The cases are entirely separate, and this case cannot even be mentioned in those other cases. Reporting live, Ari Height, WPBF 25 News.
Best goods in the Isles. May I serve you again?
Lucky doos and loot.
May your feet find good trails. Beware of Yeti! I have many, many wares.
The aspects have returned. We protect the Isles. Victory in all.
You got the coin? There's how you got the bargains.
Guilty. On the third charge. Guilty. On the next 31 charges. Guilty, 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 guilty. That's right. Guilty, 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 guilty.
A conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA, and the whole thing, we didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win.
And if we don't win, we'll say we won anyway. Yeah? Listen, the only thing... I have bad news. The only thing you're going to be fighting to win is the Jell-O cup on your prison cafeteria tray. 34 felony charges. That's 34. That's 34. That's 34, folks. We should automatically make those jurors the new Supreme Court. Now the big question is, will he do time? After he is sentenced, he'll be allowed to appeal. Sentencing is scheduled for July 11th, which happens to be the day Aaron Burr shot Alexander Hamilton, and it's the day El Chapo escaped from prison. But this is not El Chapo. This is Pork Chapo we're talking about. And this is not Mexico. This is New York. Will
yeah, I could do it. Yeah, actually, just...
Did a former president of the United States of America.
Complete, utter abomination and disgrace.
Number one, I'm angry, I'm furious, and number two, I'm heartbroken.
How could this happen? This is America. This is democracy. This isn't the Soviet Union. This isn't some banana republic. How can this happen?
It's very disgusting to see people celebrating this.
I wish there was something to laugh about, but there's not. This is a disgraceful day for the United States.
Again, this is a tough day and a sad day for America.
This case has never been fair from the beginning.
I think it may be the undoing of our country.
I think this is one of the darkest days in the American Republic.
This is, a moment that is, not unlike D-Day or September 11th.
The Democrats have succeeded in their years-long quest to turn America into a whole country.
Oh, it would make a nice hat, though, wouldn't it? Oh, it has been a long road to this conviction. And don't forget, there are 3 more trials to come. We've been anticipating this moment and documenting it for posterity. For the last several days, our friend / legal correspondent, Jake Bird, has been camped out in New York City. He's Donald Trump's #1 fan. He was also OJ's #1 fan, Michael Jackson's #1 fan. He's been at all the big trials, and today's was no exception. Here he is, superfan Jake Bird, outside the courthouse with this especially special report.
Jake Bird here. I just flew to New York and researched a bunch of Stormy Daniels stuff, and boy, are my arms tired. Especially this one. Let's go to court. Can I run through it? Here, I'll run through it. Here. You guys hold it. I'll run through it. It's not breakable. All right.
Why are you here today?
We're here to support the real president, Donald Trump. It's not that we think Trump is innocent, it's that we don't care.
TV3, Nueva York.
Up top. Thank you.
You know, if he did a crime, put him in jail. Why put this through all this rigmarole, you know?
Exactly. I agree with this guy. Donald Trump has done more for black people than anyone, including Martin Luther King. And Trump had a better dream. He had a better dream. It was Trump and Ivanka and Sydney Sweeney in a hot tub in Branson, Missouri.
I think Donald Trump is getting as fair of a trial as anybody can get.
Same.
Go ahead. You can talk.
Can we talk a little bit about some facts?
Well,
when did this whole thing supposed
wait. No, excuse me.
You go. I want to agree with you.
No, excuse me. You just crossed the line. Now get out of my way.
Oh, I thought...
Get out of my way.
All right, I was just trying to...
Get out of my way.
I was trying to agree with you.
I'm going to find out who you are, everything about you. Watch this. You picked the wrong one.
What did I do?
This is just a
clown show. That's why I'm acting like a clown on
Can I
here.
agree with you for a second? This is all a lie. If he had sex with Stormy Daniels, where's the baby?
But so what? If he did have sex with,
but
we don't care.
But if he made sweet love on her, where's the
We
baby?
don't care. My whole thing is, I have sex with women and I don't have babies with them. So
Wait, whoa. How does that
work? Sex with Stormy Daniel. Shame on you, because that's an ugly bitch.
Yeah, you know, Donald Trump, I'm pray everything coming good to you, you know, do the best.
I'm with this guy right here. Listen, this whole court, this whole trial is a bunch of BS. You know how many women have paid me to stop saying I had sex with them? Tons. A lot. A whole lot.
For nothing.
For nothing. Thank you.
Thought it was shameless when Donald Trump compared himself to Mother Teresa.
You're right.
Offended.
He is no Mother Teresa. He's Father Teresa because he's not a girl. He's not a girl. It's called Manhattan, not Lady Hatton.
This is CNN breaking news.
After more than 11 hours of deliberation.
Cranky, and they don't.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, baby. I did everything right.
And they convicted
me.
you.
Oh, folks, we're not going to waste any time. Former president and current felon, Donald J. Trump, was found guilty on all 34.
On every count.
34 counts, baby. And this is, of course, related to the hush money trial in New York City. And for the first time in his life, old Donnie Trump was not able to wriggle his way out of this one, though we will see if anything actually happens, because sentencing isn't until July 11th, and we're not sure if this will have any effect on his campaign to become the president once again.
In fact, if anything, it might help.
Yeah, so we're taking this as a very, very funny win, and we're just going to enjoy ourselves for a second, and we hope that you will too. It's so rare that we get these small victories, and it's good to acknowledge.
This is a rare victory and also just like a historic event. Yes. This has never happened before.
Yes, quite literally unprecedented.
We've
and
never
also
had a former and future president convicted of a crime.
Yes, and also a very fun day to be online.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's just bask in it. And to help you get back into the mood, since by the time this video goes up, it will have been a few hours. Here's a wonderful supercut of the verdict being read on CNN, cut by our friend Jordan. There you go.
Count one is guilty, 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 guilty. Another felony charge. Guilty, 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 guilty. Count 34. Guilty.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Honestly, Thursday was arguably the most fun day on the internet since Trump got COVID. And it was truly a joy to witness it live. Just especially all the people huffing that copium.
The copium was great. Also, it seemed like everyone online was happy to give libs a pass to enjoy themselves for a moment.
Let them have a nice day.
If you've got MSNBC parents, give them a call. They're probably
like,
happy.
I know what you are. I'm not, but you are. Yeah, I am.
You don't know who I am.
That's right. But in case you somehow missed all the news and memes, we will scoop some of those up to show you, but it's obviously hard to keep track because the timeline was basically on fire for hours after the verdict. I'm sure Linda Yaccarino, in the next 24 hours, will let us know how much the impressions were up.
Wow!
It all happens on X. So first, the actual news. Donald Trump is now the first president in United States history to become a convicted felon. We all witnessed history today, or in the words of one poster, babe, wake up, new unprecedented times.
So and for once, it's a good well, it's not a good thing. It's a terrible thing that a former president who is still alive has been convicted of a fucking felony. Not just one, 34.
Yeah.
But it is very funny.
Honestly, more presidents should go to jail.
Well, I mean, yeah, if everything was right in the world, but on the scale,
I love when they're like, "Oh, so you just think?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah."
I
lock
think
them all up. I don't
think
fucking
that all of them
care.
should go to jail for their war crimes.
Yeah.
But on the scale of like unprecedented times, this is a pretty good one.
Yeah. So to be clear, he was found guilty on 34 felony counts. Every single one of those charges that he was up against. Here's CNN with some of the finer details. Wait, hold on. Here's his Wikipedia page just moments after the verdict. Donald John Trump is an American politician, media personality, businessman, and convicted felon who served as the 45th president of the United States.
Woo!
Okay, here's CNN.
A Manhattan jury found Donald Trump guilty of all 34 charges of falsifying business records Thursday, an unprecedented and historic verdict that makes Trump the first former president in American history to be convicted of a felony. Not only is Trump the first former president to be found guilty of a felony, he's also the first major party presidential nominee to be convicted of a crime in the midst of a campaign for the White House. And if he defeats President Joe Biden in November, he will be the first sitting president in history to be a convicted felon. The verdict in the hush money trial was announced after jurors deliberated for nearly 12 hours over 2 days. And to be clear, going back to some previous reporting on this and when they were selecting the jury, at least one or two of those jury members got their news specifically from Truth Social
and Fox
and Fox and Newsmax.
Yeah, there was like 2 or 3 jurors on there where I'm like, oh God, is this we gonna get a hung
No,
jury?
actually, yeah, he seems really fucking guilty.
Yeah. So I mean, they're calling these commie jurors at this trial, but we covered the jury selection process. They weeded out pretty much anyone.
It was down from
with any strong opinion on this, and
it was whittled down from hundreds to around 100, and then whittled down even further. And you would think they'd got a nice cross section of society, especially with the information that a couple of them were super into Fox and Truth.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing was conducted meticulously. This is how
they had
American
to do everything
justice is
fucking
supposed to work.
perfect, or they would have had the door open for his team to make claims. Anyways, let's check in on Trump's reaction to this news, which is, of course, very funny.
It's
because,
the best part.
Yeah, one of the first things out of his mouth after being convicted on 34 felony counts was,
I'm a very innocent man!
Here's the clips.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent, and I think it's just a disgrace.
No one has ever been as innocent as me. Incredible stuff, but now let's check in on his supporters who were outside the courthouse while he was being convicted of 34 felonies.
Trump motherfuckers! Piece of shit! The president's a piece of shit! The James is a piece of shit!
They just killed our country. You just fucking let them.
Alvin Bragg is a piece of
pussy
shit!
motherfucker.
We're all owned by China! China owns
Alvin Bragg.
Biden owns
You are Alvin Bragg. Mr. Rodriguez.
He's not guilty at all. I was in the court every day. He's not guilty. There's no evidence. No evidence. They all lie.
What do you think about the verdict?
They're doing this to Donald
Corruption,
Trump
the judge
means that
said
they
it.
could do this to all of us.
1776, baby.
I'm mad as hell, as they say. I'm mad as hell. Let's take to the streets. Let's take to this fucking streets.
As has been pointed out, we have come full circle. The screaming lib from 2016, and now the screaming Trumper in 2024.
Yes.
Mirror images.
It only took a couple of years.
Put this directly in my veins.
Yeah.
Okay, just like all you watching, we also had a bunch of questions about what this means for his campaign, if it means anything, his ability to even run for president, or whether or not he could even legally vote for himself anymore. We're going to get into all that in a second, but we're not done enjoying this moment. So here are some of the best reactions we could find from places like Fox News and Newsmax. Please enjoy.
If they're, as we've talked about, going to now start referring to former President Trump as convicted felon Donald Trump, and whether they're going to use that language, that we also know Hunter Biden is facing 2 federal trials, which we can talk about as well, one of them starting on Monday.
We have gone over a cliff in America. This verdict is a verdict of someone who was forced to fight a 1,000-pound gorilla with both hands tied behind his back.
I've been hearing some comparisons between President Trump and, say, a rap star that's been sentenced to behind bars. And we see what happens to those rap stars, right? They become even bigger stars, right? They sell even more records.
What we saw today was an absolute travesty of justice.
Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. But good news is coming. Joe Biden, you're fired.
You now have 12 jurors that basically are going, look, we're going to find out who these jurors are in the next 24 hours. Some are going to speak, some are not going to speak. But you've ruined their lives, Alvin Bragg. They can never hold a normal job again. They can never go anywhere without worry about being harassed.
Obviously, just a sad day for America. The Democrats have succeeded in their years-long quest to turn our country into an absolute crap hole.
Do you respect what the jurors have had to say in their verdict?
No, I don't, and I think that's part of the jury's fault, but it's really at the fault of Judge Merchan.
This new era of so-called progressive prosecutors, there's nothing progressive about them. They are defense attorneys masquerading as prosecutors, and it's going to wind up ultimately, I think it may be the undoing of our country.
All right, and that... yes, delicious. Yeah, and that Trey Gowdy one, the last one, that is particularly funny because just before the verdict was read, they were doing a live broadcast in the streets of New York, and someone on a bike rode by, recognized Trey Gowdy, and said, "Fuck you, Trey Gowdy."
Greatest city in the world.
Mm-hmm. We love New York, don't we, folks?
2 different federal trials. This first one next week on guns.
Fuck you, Trey Gowdy. I mean,
So yes, it is not a great day to be on a conservative news outlet. Hell, it's not a great day to be a conservative politician because now you're going to have to twist yourself into knots defending a convicted felon because you and your party have hitched your wagon to this guy no matter the cost, which means we're going to see some absolutely incredible mental gymnastics in the coming weeks and months as we inch closer to Election Day. And baby, it's an Olympics year, so we're going to see some gold medal mental gymnastics.
The scheduled date for his sentencing is like 2 days before the RNC.
It's 4 days before the RNC and right around the Olympics, so what a time for entertainment. And hold on, you're asking yourself a lot of those same questions. I mean, will this have an effect on the election at all? And the answer to all of those questions is it's probably not going to make you very happy, but let's get started with his eligibility. Here's the New York Times answering probably the most important question: can Trump still run after this conviction?
The answer is yes. The Constitution sets very few eligibility requirements for presidents. They must be at least 35 years old, be natural-born citizens, and have lived in the United States for at least 14 years. There are no limitations based on character or criminal record. While some states prohibit felons from running for state and local office, these laws do not apply to federal office. The Republican and Democratic parties have guaranteed spots on general election ballots in every state, and the parties tell election officials whose name to put in their spot. States could, in theory, try to keep Mr. Trump off the ballot by passing legislation requiring a clean criminal record, but this would be on legally shaky ground.
And they also add that Republicans' hands are pretty much tied at this point. Now that Mr. Trump has secured a majority of delegates to the Republican convention, the party has no mechanism to nominate somebody else. Under the party's official convention rules, if a delegate tries to support someone other than the person the primary results bound them to, such support shall not be recognized. Nor have top Republicans shown any interest in another nominee.
Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah, and on the topic of whether or not he can even vote for himself in this year's presidential election, they indicate that it'll depend on his sentence. And we'll get into his sentencing more in just a second, but here's what they say about his eligibility to even cast a vote for himself.
Mr. Trump is registered to vote in Florida, and people convicted of felonies are disenfranchised there. Wait, no, this was only supposed to hurt the other people that I hate.
So yeah, this is weird too because they did pass that law that said that felons can vote.
The people voted, and then the legislators like.
So technically it's legally allowed, but there's certain stipulations.
Yeah.
And they, as we saw in the last election, they're very particular about how they want to enforce all of that.
So most felons in Florida regain voting rights after completing their full sentence, including parole or probation, and paying all fines and fees. But depending on what the sentence is, Mr. Trump may not have time to complete it before Election Day. New York's rules are somewhat more lenient. Felons there can vote while on parole or probation. And there is a chance that if New York would let Mr. Trump vote, then Florida will too. There's a provision in Florida law that might apply New York standards because that's where the conviction happened. A spokesman for the Florida Secretary of State's office did not immediately respond to inquiries on Thursday about that provision. But, as in Florida and almost every other state, felons in New York are still disenfranchised while in prison. So if Mr. Trump is in prison, not gonna happen.
Nope.
He would be disenfranchised regardless. That would put him in the extraordinary position of being deemed fit to be voted for, but unfit to vote.
Which is nuts. And I'd like to remind everyone, the governor of Florida is Ron DeSantis, who, despite being fucking kicked in the teeth by Trump every step of the way during the
he's a
initial
good
run,
little cuck.
he will do whatever Trump says.
He will shine his shoes with his tongue.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it is a very striking phrase. Him being fit to be voted for, but unfit to vote is wild.
And the only other time this happened, to my knowledge, was like Eugene Debs in the 1920s, I believe.
The 20s are back. Hey, it's the 20s again, Elliot.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
if this all sounds confusing, that's because it is. And that is because this has literally never happened before. The fact that not only has a former president now been convicted of multiple felonies, but also that he's the nominee for the party is absolutely fucking wild. And it's something that I'm not sure any of the founding fathers would have been able to predict.
Yeah, that seems to be a recurring problem with the shaky foundations of this country is, I'm sure if Thomas Jefferson were here now, I'd be like, no, damn it. That's a